Kunjuniraja commemoration talk. This is done by Professor Virinathan, the well-known Vedantin and Nayayika, a great literary connoisseur, commentator who published the Konatha Krishna Warrior commentary on Narayaniyam recently. He is the most competent person to deliver this talk when he has been considered as a close friend of Kunjuniraja and a worthy successor of Professor Kunjuniraja, and also a scholar who studied Narayaniyam to its fullest sense. So now I request Adira Jadavedan to start the program. Adira Jadavedan is not seen in the screen.
Yes, sir. She is here.
Let her place in the screen. Ask her to open the video and also audio.
Adiraji, just start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, you start. You start.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you all know, this conference celebrates the works of Professor K. Kunjuniraja. Today, with this session, this conference reaches its zenith. We have the K. Kunjuniraja Birth Centenary Commemoration Lecture right now. And to deliver this lecture, joining us is the distinguished Sanskrit scholar and philosopher par excellence, Dr. N. Virinathan, the most apt person for this. This session is chaired by Professor P.C. Murli Madhavan, who helms the Kunjuniraja Academy of Indological Research. On behalf of everybody present here, I humbly invite the speaker Virinathan sir and the chair Murli Madhavan sir to this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now you can do the welcome speech. You can do the welcome speech now.
Yes, sir.
Virinathan ji is not visible.
Yes, yes. Shall I?
Yes.
May I begin? Shall I begin my talk?
Yes. Rightly. Can you show Professor Virinathan? Jijo,
Yes.
please.
Come on, sir.
Yes. Yes.
With reverential salutations to all, were I to express my grateful thanks to my esteemed friend, Dr. Murli Madhavan.
No, sir. Please. Hello. Hello, 1 minute, sir. They have to extend a welcome speech to you. So, Adira Jadavedan? Where is Adira? Hello? Hello?
Sir, she is here, but she can't attend.
What happened? She has to extend the welcome.
Yes, already done, sir.
Sir,
No. She will be talking little more, I think. She will be talking little more.
Alla sir, paranju.
Paranyo. Okay.
Paranju.
Okay. So then let me show this Professor Kunjuniraja. Kunjuniraja's photo. Now, may I extend a warm welcome to Professor Virinathan,
Sir,
who is a
namaste.
well-known Sanskritist and Vedantist, a great Nayayika, a great Sahitya Rasika. There are several qualitative epithets can be attributed to Professor Virinathan, a real sound Sanskrit scholar, who contributed much to the field of philosophical studies, literary studies, Darshana studies, and so on. Today is Narayaniyam Day. When I invited Professor Vedinathan, he readily accepted the invitation because of two things, as I understand. The first one is, this is the commemoration lecture, which is the cream of this program, the entire celebration, and also that too about Professor K. Kunjuniraja. He is the, as I told you earlier, Professor Vedinathan is the worthy successor of Professor K. Kunjuniraja. And the second thing he accepted, the reason is that he has to talk on Narayaniyam. I think he left all the Vedanta texts and now he is depending on Narayaniyam only to speak on philosophy, to speak on several things like that. So the commendable work he has done recently, that is on Narayaniyam. He has brought out the valuable commentary on Narayaniyam by Konatha Krishnavarya, and he has brought out the entire commentary in 2 volumes. I have the fortune to discuss in this matter Narayaniyam commentary and its publication along with Professor Vedinathan several times. And Narayaniyam was to some extent the recent link between myself and Professor Vedinathan. And we had a desire after the completion of the commentary work, the publication of the work, that we should both go to Guruvayur and recite Narayaniyam completely. But due to Corona and this pandemic situation now, we could not do that, but we will do after this situation changes. So I am very happy and proud and privileged to say that Kunjuniraja Academy of Indological Research got Professor Vedinathan, the proper person to present the centenary, the birth centenary commemoration lecture of Kunjuniraja. Now, today, as I told you, that today is Narayaniyam Day, and Professor Vedinathan's appreciation of Melpattur, not only in Narayaniyam, in other literary works and other Shastric works, among all these works, he gave much of his attention to Narayaniyam, and the philosophy in Narayaniyam, I think he feels, just now he told me, that is the best book to teach Advaita Vedanta, the philosophy. And I am happy that Professor Vedinathan is with us, in spite of, I think he has no old age problems. He is not old age, he is very young. He is very young and very, by mind and even by physically, he is seen fit. And now I am happy that even in this stage that we could get Professor Vedinathan in our midst, we are really fortunate to hear the philosophy of Narayaniyam from the very horse mouth. With these observations, I beg to remain. Sandrananda avabodhatmakam anupamitam kaladesha avadibhyam nirmukram nityamukram nigamashata sahasrena nirbhasyamanam aspashtam drishtamatre punarurupurusharthatmakam brahmatattvam tattavat bhadi sakshat guru pavanapure handa bhagyam jananam. Now I request Professor Vedinathan ji to open his lecture.
With reverential salutations to all, were I to express my grateful thanks to my esteemed friend Dr. Murali Madhavan for his kindness in having asked me to participate in Dr. Kunjini Raja's birth centenary celebration and to deliver a lecture in commemoration of him. I think I will become somewhat tedious or tiresome. Hence, please permit me to begin with a plain thank you.
Thank you.
Friends, I have had the good fortune of being associated with Dr. Raja for over a period of 4 or 5 decades. He was kind enough to appoint me as reader in the Department of Sanskrit, University of Madras, in 1975, and as professor and head in the year 1980. I am a grateful recipient of his graciousness, and I shall treasure it up in my heart forever. We in the Department of Sanskrit, University of Madras, had the good fortune of presenting a volume, commemoration volume, to mark his 61st birthday in the year 1980. The volume was titled Rajasudha, and this elegant title was suggested by Professor C.S. Radhakrishnan, to whom I am always grateful. My very good friend, Dr. C.L. Ramakrishnan, a earnest student of Advaita Vedanta and a former Director General of Police, told me that Sri Ravindran, his predecessor, was the son of Dr. Kundan Raja, the uncle of Dr. Raja, Kunjini Raja, told him that he and Kunjini Raja were classmates, and all our friends used to call Kunjini Raja affectionately and reverentially as Midukan Tambura. This expression characterizing Dr. Raja is most opportunely, tellingly, gracefully, and singularly felicitous, as Dr. Raja was each inch a king and was a person of a conspicuously high character. There was a natural aura of aristocracy around him. Aristocracy born not only out of riches, but also out of possession of outstanding moral excellences such as rectitude, justice, integrity, and an uncompromising adherence to high moral principles. He was incapable of any ignoble thoughts. He was a person of innate gentleness, instinctive politeness, and kingly courtesy. He was modest in the sense that he took no credit to himself for what he did, and there was total absence of boastfulness or show of conceit in him. He was a professor of good education and learning, of an excellent understanding and an exact taste. He had a mastery in detail of his chosen field of study, and he exhibited such qualities as accuracy and skill in carrying out research intended to extend knowledge in that field. In his writings, he strictly follows the maxim of Mallinatha that one should not state anything that is not based on authority, nor should one engage oneself in furnishing more details than required. All his writings are characterized by meticulous scholarship and appropriate style. He has reconciled clarity and cogency with brevity in his writings. The world of scholars has ardently paid homage to his monumental works. Superbly researched and exquisitely executed, the works are Kerala's contribution to Sanskrit literature and Indian theories of meaning. By his strict adherence to moral principles such as truthfulness, candor, sincerity, fairness, and the like, He won the admiration of all. His personality was majestic without severity and impressive without showiness. He was so elevated and exalted that I could feel only a part of the vastness of his knowledge, nobility, and the like. There is a great saying in Sanskrit, Eka eva satam doshaha, yen mriyeran kuchit kale chirakala ushitaha api. Great men cannot commit only one mistake during their lifetime, and that is they pass away one day, although they lived long. Dr. Kunjini Raja had committed, this is the only mistake Dr. Raja has committed during his lifetime. Now he belongs to mankind. Adopting the phraseology of Shakespeare, it may be said his life was gentle and the elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, this was a man. My good friend Dr. C.L. Ramakrishnan suggested you add one more sentence, sir. Then comes another alike. We do not know. As Henry Wordsworth Longfellow, the American poet, has said, lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime, and departing they leave behind us footprints on the sands of time. This is especially true in the case of Dr. Kunjini Raja. The great lesson I have learned from him is nothing is at last sacred but the integrity of our mind. I offer my respectful homage to the sacred memory of my illustrious professor, and I conclude this account by citing the splendid lines of Kalidasa, Mahimanam edukirtya tavasam hriyate vachaha shramayana tadashakyava na gunanam yatya. Now, the subject of my talk is the philosophy of Advaita in the Sriman Narayaniya. Sriman Narayaniya by Melpattu Sri Narayana Bhatta is a brilliant compendium of Srimad Bhagavata in 1034 verses, divided into 100 sections called Dashakas. It is in adoration of the Lord of Guru Purnapura. A detailed account of the identity, date, and works of Sri Narayana Bhatta has been given by my esteemed professor Dr. Kunjini Raja in his monumental work, The Contribution of Kerala to Sanskrit Literature. The central philosophy of the Srimad Bhagavata is Advaita. This is explicitly stated in the 12th skandha as follows. Sarva Vedanta Saramyate Brahmatmaikatva Lakshanam Vastu Advitiyam Tannishtam Kaivalika Prayojanam. Very freely translated, it comes to this. It's a subject. The essence of Vedanta is reality, the one without a second. That is the identity of Brahman, the true nature of Ishvara, and Atman, the true nature of the Jiva. And its aim is liberation from transmigratory existence. Sir, friends, the term Advaita belongs to a class of compounds in which component members designate something else. Accordingly, the term means that wherein there is absence of duality. That is, na vidyate dvaitam yatra. The word dvaita signifies the state of being manifold, and which, when applied to the world, it suggests both numerousness and diversity in its forms, features, qualities, characters, and aspects. The negative particle nanya negates the existence of Dvaita or duality. In order that the word Advaita should not be understood as merely signifying the absence of duality, na vidyate Dvaitam, it is taken to refer to the substratal reality wherein there is the absence of duality. It follows that the word Advaita stands for the principle which is the absolute opposite of duality. Yajnavalkya, when asked by Gandhi to describe the substratum wherein Akasha, that is Avidya, is located, answered that it is Akshara, or the immutable entity, and it is neither grass nastulam, nor minute, ananu, etc. Madhusudana Saraswati in his work Advaita Ratna Rakshana states that the words astulam, ananu, etc. must be taken in the sense of that where there is the absence of gross object, minute object, etc. These two words do not merely convey the absence of grossness, etc., but point to the substratum of their absence. And that substratum is the self, Brahman, which is Advaita, that is, which is free from all phenomenal elements comprising the world. The text presents the reality as the substratum of the absolute non-existence of diversity in all its forms, and thereby suggests that it is like nothing and unlike everything. In sum, and it is free from internal differences. In sum, the word Advaita means Brahman, which is the logical significance of the Upanishads. And the texts that deal with the nature of this self are figuratively spoken of as Advaita Vedanta. This view of the Upanishads that the self remains as the substratum of the negation of everything else is referred to in the hymn of the Atharva Veda, when it extols the remnants of the sacrificial food by comparing them to the self which remains as the substratum of the negation of every form of duality. The hymn is as follows: Uchchishte namarupam cha uchchishte loka ahitaha uchchishte indrasya agnischa vishwamantaha samahitam. The sub-object consisting of names and forms are superimposed upon the uchchishta, that is the self, which remains as the substratum of the negation of duality. In the uchchishta, earth, etc. are falsely presented. It is in this uchchishta, Indra, the lord of the heaven, and Agni, and the lord of the earth, are illusorily presented. In factual reality, the whole universe is falsely identified with it. Further, the self that is Brahman is not primarily signified by the words of the Upanishads. For in order that a sense may be conveyed through primary signification, what is necessary is that it must possess a genus, jati, or activity, kriya, or quality, guna, or relation, sambandha. Brahman, being attributeless and supra-relational, does not possess any of these factors. Hence, the words of the Upanishads cannot convey the self through primary signification, that is abhidhavritti. It is in this sense that the Taittiriya Upanishadic text, yato vacho nivartante aprapya manasa saha, must be understood. But the self is conveyed through secondary signification, lakshana vritti, and it is in this sense the Brihadaranyaka text, tam tva aupanishadam purusham pritchami. O Shandilya, I ask you about the self which could be known only through the Upanishads, must be understood. See the following, Sriman Narayana Bhatta, in the following verse, summarizes the whole view, summarizes the above view. No tiryancham namatyam, nacha suram asuram, nastriyam nopumamsam, na dravyam karma jatim gunamapi sadasadvavite rupamahu. Shishtam. He specifically uses the word shishtam, that is uchchishta. Yad syat nishede sati, then nigamashatehi lakshanavrittitaha tad krichrena avedyamanam. That is parama sukhamayam, which is absolute bliss. Bhavati tasmai namaste. It is in 98 in the Shaka. Now, following according to the Upanishads, the self is real, consciousness, and infinite. It is free from any activity. It is self-luminous, ever-released, immutable. And it is not conditioned by time, space, and objects. And it is uncaused. It is free from any real relation to avidya. It is being meditated upon by sages who are totally detached from material concerns. It is bliss, pure and simple. The following verse of the Srimad Narayaniya records this view of the Upanishads. Satyam Shuddham Vibhuttam Tavavapur Nityamuktam Niriham Nirdvandvam Nirvigaram Nikila Guna Gana Vyanjana Adara Bhutam Nirmulam Nirmalam Tan Niravadi Mahimollasi Nirlinavantas Nisranganam Munenam Nirubama Paramananda Sandra Prakasham. It is self-luminous consciousness, self-luminous bliss, absolute, unconditioned. Now, so far, the nature of the self, according to the Upanishads, which is recorded by, which is restated by Sri Narayana Bhatta in the Narayaniya. Now, the self and Maya Avidya. Avidya, identical with Maya, is the power present in the self. The text of the Shvetashvatra Upanishad, Te Jnana Yoga Anugataha Apashyan Devatma Shaktim Sogane Nigodham. That is, the sage is absorbed in meditation, discovered the power which is present in the self-luminous consciousness and which is inextricably blended with the three strands of Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. It is said above, in the above text, that avidya is present in the self. The relation between the two cannot be real, for the self is sentient and the latter insentient. The cause of the relation is avidya itself. Avidya, thus falsely related to the self, acquires a twofold power of veiling Avarana Shakti and of revealing Viksheva Shakti. By the former power, it veils the non-dual aspect of the self, thereby giving rise to the experience and the corresponding expression, the self as non-dual bliss is not manifest to me. But by the latter one, it illusorily presents the self as Ishvara, God, the Jiva, the individual soul, and the world. The Vikshepa phase of avidya gets itself transformed into the gross elements of earth, etc., and into the psychical apparatus. From the gross elements arise the world farther and farther above, and farther below, and also the gross bodies of man and beast, birds and reptiles, brambles and trees, and lice and mosquitoes. The psychical aspect apparatus consists of 17 factors, namely the 5 senses of knowledge, the 5 senses of action, the 5 vital airs, and the internal organ in its twofold aspect as the intellect and the mind. These constitute what is known as the subtle body, Sukshma Sharira, which is the permanent annex of the Jiva self till it attains liberation. It may be added here that the mind is the most predominant factor in this psychical apparatus. Avidya, the world projected by avidya or Maya, is indeterminable either as real or an absolute nothing, Sat or Asat. If the world projected by it is non-real or illusory, like a serpent that appears in a robe. Sri Narayana Bhatta states, Satvena Asattayava Nakalu Sadasattvena Nirvachya Rupa Dhatte Ya Aso Avidya Guna Pani Madhivate Vishwadrishyava Vasa. And friends, the text of the Aitareya and the Chandogya Upanishad state that prior to creation, that is during the period of dissolution, what existed is only the self identified with the world in its latent form. The world could be present in avidya only as it is its primal cause. So when it is said that the self alone identified with the world existed prior to the creation, it must be understood that the self alone existed by being associated with avidya, wherein the world remains in a latent form. This view of the Upanishad prefigures in the hymn of the Rigveda. The Upanishadic texts are Atmava idamekeva agre asi, Aitareya Upanishad. Sadeva Somi idamagra asi, Chandogya Upanishad. This view of the Upanishad prefigures in the hymn of the Rigveda. And the hymns are Namrityurasi Amritam Natarhi, Naratriya Annahasit Praketaha, Aniti Avatam Swadhaya Tadekam, Tasmat Ha Anyate Naparan Kinchana Asa. So that means avidya or Maya. This means before the creation of the world, there existed neither the Lord of death nor the nectar of the divine beings. There did not exist the sun and the moon, the marks of day and night. There existed only that one, Tadekam, which is free from any activity and is associated with Swadha, that is Avidya or Maya. Nothing existed apart from it. These hymns occurs in the Taittiriya Brahmana too. Compare Narayaniya text, Vyakta Vyaktamidam Nakinchid Abhavate Prakrita Pakshaye. Mayayam Gunasamya Ruddha Vigrudo Tvai Agatayam Layam. No Mrityuscha Tada Amrutamcha Samabhut Nanho Naratrya Sthitihi. Tatra Ekaha Tvam Ashishyata. Kila Paramananda Prakashatma. This is Sriman Narayaniya. That the Shruti text explains now so far the self and avidya are Maya. And Narayana Bhatta has clearly stated the relation of Maya or avidya to Ishwar, to the self. Now, being associated with this avidya, the self appears as Ishvara, Jiva, and the world. Now, the Shruti text explains the nature of the Jiva and the analogy of a reflected image, Pratibimba. The Brahma Bindu Upanishad states, the Brahma Bindu Upanishad or Amrita Bindu Upanishad states, the self of all the things is verily one. It is immanent in each and every being, and thus it appears to be one as Ishvara and many as the Jivas. This is similar to the moon, which although one appears to be many in water contained in various receptacles. On the basis of this and other similar texts, the Advaita maintains that the self, which is pure and simple, attributeless, and which is consciousness, gets itself reflected in avidya and the mind. The reflected image is known as the Jiva. The Jiva, in other words, is the self associated with the characteristic of being a reflected image, Pratibimbatva, Vishikta Chaitanya. The consciousness element in the blend is termed Atman, and it is real. While the characteristic of being a reflected image, Pratibimbatva, is non-real. In relation to the reflecting media and the reflected image, the self acquires the adventitious feature known as original or Bimba. As associated with this feature, the self is known as Ishvara. Ishvara thus is the self associated with the characteristic of being the original Bimbatva Vishikta Chaitanya. Thus we have three: pure Chaitanya, Bimbatva Vishikta Chaitanya, that is Ishvara, Pratibimbatva Vishikta Chaitanya, that is Jiva. As associated with this feature, the self is known as Ishvara. Ishvara thus is the self associated with the characteristic of being the original Bimbatva Vishikta Chaitanya. The consciousness element in that blend is designated as Brahman and it is real, while the feature of being the original is non-real. It comes to this, that the essential nature of both Ishvara and Jiva is the self, which is real. It is only the states of being Ishvara, Ishvaratva, and of being the Jiva, Jivatva, that are illusorily superimposed upon the self, that is not real. Ishvara being the self, that serves as the original Bimba, is not overpowered by Maya or Avidya, his limiting agent. The characteristics of a revealing medium will be presented only in the reflected image, Pratibimba, and not in the original Bimba. Ishvara thus is not affected by Avidya or Maya. On the other hand, he controls it. Of the two powers that characterize Avidya, namely the Avarana Shakti and the Vikshepa Shakti, the Avarana Shakti is inactive in his case. And the Vikshepa Shakti, his essential nature, namely the self, is never concealed from him. He is ever aware of his identity with it. And so he is ever released Nitya Mukta. The Vikshepa Shakti, however, is operative. Consequently, the world of variety appears to him, but he at the same time realizes that it is nothing more than an apparent diversification within himself. The Jiva, on the other hand, being the reflected image, is overpowered by the characteristic of the revealing medium. and 4 powers by avidya and the mind. He has lost sight of his identity with the self, sees through the veil of avidya the phenomenal world of individuality and multiplicity, takes it to be real, performs deeds, righteous and unrighteous, and experiences their fruits by undergoing unending cycle of births and deaths. It can hope to find permanent freedom from this suffering only in the utter extinct of avidya, and it is possible only through self-realization. Compare Narayaniya text. Maya sannihitaha apravishta vabusha sakshi iti gito bhavan vedaistam pratibimbitaha vivasivan jivo vinaiva varaha kaladi pratibodita ata bhavata sanchodita cha swayam Maya Sagalu Buddhi Tattva Madajate Yoso Mahan Uchyate. In the commentary, Krishnavarya states, Maya Nama Vikshepasakti Pradhana Ishwarobadhi. Vikshepasakti is operative in the case of Ishwara, and that Vikshepasakti is known as Maya. And Yaya Ishwaraha Srishyadi Karoti. Avidya Nama Avarana Shakti Pradhana Jivobadhi. Avidya means it is the limiting adjunct of jiva. Yaya Ishvaraha sannavi jivaha tatkrita ubadi bedena samsari bhavati, becomes a transmigratory being. Then in another verse is Narayana Bhatta says, Avritya Totsarupam Kshiti Jala Marudatmana Vikshipanti. Avritya Vikshipanti means the Avarana Shakti is operative, Vikshepa Shakti is operative. Jivan Bhuyishta Karmavali Vivasagatin Dukkha Jale Kshipanti. So all the jivas are being undergoing transmigration. The self that serves as the Bimba Chaitanya, that is Ishvara, is the material and the efficient cause of the world. He is the material cause in the sense that the consciousness element in him is the substratum of avidya, whose transformation is the world. He is the efficient cause in the sense that the consciousness element in him comes to be associated with the characteristic of having the knowledge of the world to be created, jnana, the desire and resolve to create the world, ichcha, and of putting the resolve into effect, kriti. These characteristics are only the manifestations are the modes of avidya. It must be noted here that the past merits and demerits of the jivas, which abide in avidya in a latent form, serve as the cause for the rise of desire on the part of Ishvara to create the world. The following hymns of the Rigveda set forth the above view. Tamasi, Tamasa Gudam Agre Praketam Salilam Sarvama Idam Tuchena Abu Abihitam Yadasi Tavasaha Tan Mahimna Ajayata Yekam. Compare Narayaniyam. Mayayam Bimbikastvam. Ishvara is Bimba Chaitanya. Srijati Mahadahankara Tanmatra Bedehi Buddha Gravendriyadde Ravi Sakala Jagate Swapna Sankalpa Kalpam Bhuya Samkritya Sarvam Kamataiva Vadan Atmana Kala Shaktya Gambire Jayamani Tamasi Vidimiro Baditatmai Namaste. Now that is Nirvyaparovi Nishkaranam Aja Bajase Yakriyam Ikshanakyam Teneva Udeti Lina Prakriti Asati Kalpadika. So far, that is God, soul, and the world, or the seeming diversifications of the fourth entity, transcendental entity, that is Brahman, and through avidya or Maya. This is the doctrinal side of Advaita. I conclude. About liberation, self and liberation. One, I will say this much: the jiva falsely identifying itself with the body-mind complex has lost sight of its identity with its true nature, the self. It must get itself detached from its relation to the mind, the relation caused by avidya. And avidya could be removed by the direct knowledge of the true nature of the jiva as a self or Brahman. To achieve this, the jiva must first rise above the life of sensual impulse and act as a moral being. It must cultivate the will to turn the mind toward righteous thoughts when it is troubled by the sinful ones. Attaining betterment of character or cleansing of the heart by the performance of moral deeds prescribed in the Vedas without any selfish end in view, and by pursuing Vedantic study, Shravana, reflection, Manana, and meditation Vidyasana, it would attain the realization of its true nature as the self. The jiva would become free from avidya and also from its relation to the mind. Such a jivan would continue to live in the body till the merits and the demerits that have created the body by being present in which he has attained self-realization are exhausted. He is known as a jivan mukta. His life has two phases. It is either samadhi, or when he turns inwards and loses himself in the self, or the condition known as vittana or reversion to empirical life. In this state, he would give expression to his mystic experience. Being the substantial principle of the whole world, he would feel the presence of every being. See, Narayana Bhatta deals with the state of Jivan Mukti in the last sections of the Sriman Narayaniya. The means to self-realization, it is Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana are prescribed. But for most people, it is difficult. For them, bhakti or loving devotion to personal God is introduced. Vasudeva, in the Srimad Bhagavata, it is said, Krishna, who is he? Lord Krishna is Krishnamenam avehitum atmanam ahilatmanam jagadhitaya sopyatra dehi eva abhati maya. And dehi eva abhati maya. And our Narayana Bhatta says, Sandranandava bodhatmakam. Who is Lord Guru Ayyapan? Sandrananda avabodhatmakam. It is pure, it is bliss. Sandra Ananda is bliss and consciousness, pure and simple. Sandrananda avabodhatmakam. Anupamitam. He is like nothing and unlike everything. Anupamitam. Kala deshavadibhyam nirmuktam. He is not conditioned by either time or space. Nityamuktam, ever released. Shudhishada, Nigamashada, Sadaihi, Nityamuktam, Sandranandava, Bodhatmakam, Anuvamidam, Kaladeshavadhyam, Nirmuktam, Nityamuktam, Nigamashada Sahasrahi, Nidbhasyamanam, Aspashtam. That is, it is not primarily signified by the Upanishads, but only secondarily as Neti Neti. This Nigamashada Sahasrahi, Nidbhasyamanam, Aspashtam. Drishtamatre punar urupurushartatmakam brahmatattvam. The moment it is realized, then it is not valuable, but it is value itself. It is the highest purushartha, value itself, moksha. Tattavad bhati sakshat guru paurapure hantavakyam. Oh, the fortune of the people, that is, that self itself appears in the form of Lord of Guru Paurapure. And its body consists of the pure sattva guna of Maya or Avidya. And this bhakti or loving devotion to this Sakara Brahman, that is Brahman or the self associated with the bodily frame, leads to the concentration of mind. And finally, it gives rise to, as God Himself promises in the Bhagavad Gita, Dadami Buddhi Yogam Tam Yena Mamupayanti. That is, easily they get the direct self-realization, knowledge of the self. This is the import of the last verse, the verse in the last section. Yogindranam Todangeshu Adhika Sumadram Muktibajam Nivaso, Bhaktanam Kamavarshadhyudarisaliam Nadate Padamulam, Nityam Sitta, Nityastidam me, Pavanapuravade, Krishna Karunya Sindhu, Kritva Nisheshadavan, Pradeshitu Paramananda Sandoha Lakshmi. Let it give us supreme bliss, unconditioned bliss, uncircumcised bliss. This is the teaching of the Bhagavad Gita, Narayaniya, the role of bhakti on the practical side. As dealt with in here, it is a topic for another webinar. And offering my reverential salutations, respectful obeisance to Lord Guru Pavanapura, Lord of Guru Pavanapura. I conclude this lecture. I offer my grateful thanks to Murali Madhavan. I offer my homage to the sacred memory of the illustrious Professor Dr. Raja. Thank you very much for the patience here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vijanathanji. You have wonderfully done. You are a mastermind and you have done like Malpatur Narayana Bhatta. Malpatur Narayana Bhatta, the entire Sundara Kanda from Ramayana, he abridged half of a verse. Todvarta Agarna Nodyat Geru Durujava Sambadi Sambadi Vakya Protirna Arnodhir Andar Nagari Janagajam Vikshya Dektu Anguliyam. The entire Sundarakanda portion has been given. So like that you have the is just like a ocean. The Narayaniya, the philosophy in Narayaniya, it is a great, and you have just like the what we call the Agastya Maharshi, you have taken the entire thing in your hand and you have done it, and it is so beautiful. As I know that your oration is so authentic, and we cannot express. There is yato vacho nivartante aprapya manasa saha. This is the experience when we hear you, and it was so beautiful. Malpatur Narayana Bhatta in his second Dashaka in Bhagavad Rupa Varnana, Surya Spardhirena Murdhudalaga Prodbhasi Bhalandaram, in the third verse, he Vengya Maryadaya Kavyasya Sausthavam Saundaryamapi Tatra Sujayati Yet Trailokya Mahiyasopi Mahidam Sammohanam Mohanat Kandam Kandi Nidhanatopi Madhuram Madhurya Dhuryadapi Saundaryottaradopi Sundaradaram Todruvam Ascharyado Pyascharyam Bhuvane Kasya Kutukam Pushnadi Vishnu Vibho. So this is really depicting the entire Alaukika Saundarya of Sri Krishna, but at the same time it also suggests the inner meaning that my Kavya is so beautiful like him. So this is a Kavya Kadaksha. This is a Kavya Kadaksha. Likewise, why I quoted this verse, this is fully applicable to your oral presentation also. So I am very highly indebted in spite of several occupations. Even though in Corona period also you are fully engaged in academic works. I know your breathe. Actually it is Swasochvasa for you, the academic activity.
I am 84 years young.
That is, in the beginning I told Professor Vijanathan is a child of 84 years. So you are, we are very happy that we can see you even now in this way and responding very reasonably with a scholarly background. And we are very happy. And Professor Kunjumni Raja was always speaking about you with high esteem. And he never speaks something Vyaja. He is Raja, he is not Vyaja. So
he is incapable of any ignoble thoughts.
That is, you have mentioned in your beginning of the speech. So yeah, you are the right person to deliver this Sadabdi Smaraka Prabhashanam of Raja.
I may add, sir, that I am translating Ganga Tarangani of Mandita Kunji Nambudri.
Now you are doing?
Slowly, because I am incurably lazy, you know.
No. You see,
so
Ganga Tarangani, yes.
I will complete it and it will be dedicated to Dr. Raja.
Yeah, Ganga Tarangani, I know he is Mandita Kunji Nambudri, a great poet and a great Nayayika. He was teacher of my father.
Yes, yes.
Panditarajan Achu Puduwal, Ramavariyar, all these great stalwarts, Panditarajas, they are a student of Mandita Kunju Nambudri. And he wrote Najarat Namaliga, the great Krodabatra text in Navyanyaya. So I know Mandita Kunju, and my PhD thesis in Mandita Kunju Nambudri.
Yes.
His Chataka Sandesha. And
Sadasa Ramurma Parikshit Tamuran.
So many stories have to be told. If you open that chapter, it is so many things. There is a golden era, sir. It is the golden era of Shastras and Kavyas. Yeah. And Mandita Kunju Nambudri in poem also, in Kavya also, he is equally good as you compare with Shastra. His contribution in two fields, both fields, Shastra and Sahitya, is equal. So both Sabyasachi.
As you have told yesterday,
yes.
Sahitye Sukumara Vastuni Dridanyaya Graha Pirandile Tarkeva Samvidati Sumum Lilayate Bharat.
So I have little twisted it and put about Mandita like this. I have written Shastre Vistrada Yukri Jala Jadile Saundarya Saralmage Sahityecha Samam Vihara Chatura Pratnya Tavanya Drishi. So in that way it has put. So we are highly indebted to you, sir. Now the time is coming 3:30. So we have to close this session and we have to the another 2 sessions more. So with your
before blessing. That, I would like to add only one sentence. Praya Pratyamadate Suguneshu Uttamadaraha. That is, when favored by great people, one gets serene self-confidence. I get serene self-confidence because I have been favored by you people. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Vayam Adhavarnaha. Samichinam. Now we are closing this session and moving to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Come good evening.
Rajesh sir, will you please?
Yes.
Yes.
Nadeshan sir vanno?
Yes.
Nadeshan sir evade ശബ്ദം കേൾക്കാനില്ലോ?
Sir, Srinivasa Varkedi, Panduranga Bhatta and V. Kameshwari.
Okay. Then Dr. Rajesh, now you can organize it. We have still some 4 or 5 minutes. I think so. 4 minutes.
Yeah. We'll start sharp at 3:30.
We will start at 3:30. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think our participants, all the 3 have arrived.
I am present. Kameshwari is present.
Namaskar, Kameshwari ji. Namaskar.
Namaskar, sir. And Professor Bhatta is there.
Panduranga Bhatta?
Bhatta is there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Professor is there.
Professor Srinivas Varkedi, I think
He is yet to join.
He has joined?
Yes.
Okay.
No,
so
he is yet to join.
All the 3 are there. There is no difficulty. We can, without delay,
I
we
am
can
here,
start.
Professor Murali Madhavan, I am here.
Namaskar. You are far away in Dubai.
Yeah, exactly.
You are talking from Dubai. I know.
Yeah.
Okay. Very kind of you. Yes.
Your conference is international.
Yeah. That is why you make it meaningful.
Very easy.
The conference becomes meaningful because Professor George Cardano talked from America. You are talking from Dubai. So literally it became an international webinar. Yeah. And Peter Scharf was there. Dominic Goodall was there. So many people were there. Today we had the morning session on that. Then how many days you will be there in Panduranga Bhatta? You are there.
I'll be here 3 months.
3 months. Okay.
Yeah. I'll be returning to India maybe last week of February.
Last week of February. Yeah. I think you are keeping good health.
God is great.
Yeah, that is.
You know what was my state when you met me in Bangkok?
Yeah, I know. You are far better. Far better. No. And before that also, I know, before Thailand session also, we met in Thailand in 2015. No.
Okay.
Yeah. before that also, I know that you have the health issues, and whenever weekly once myself and Radhakrishnan, we used to contact each other, and
Yeah.
you know the relations we had. So Radhakrishnan used to give a good picture about you and your problems. And but
Murali,
your health is quite improved.
yeah, Radhakrishna stayed with me for a week or so.
Yeah.
That's why my health got improved.
Very good. Good. Radhakrishna is Radhakrishna. So,
Yeah,
yeah. So, that is a Divya Ushadha. Radhakrishna itself is a Divya Ushadha.
Yeah. My salutations to Professor Kutumba Shastri, Professor Tyagarajan.
So many people are here. Yes.
I know them.
I'm just checking now. Professor Kudumba Shastri was hearing the talk delivered by Professor Vedinathan.
Yeah.
And after this, I thought I will check him and call him.
Only
Professor
now.
Kudumba Shastri, you are hearing. No?
Well.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar. We are happy that you are here.
Everyone, my pranams are there.
Sir, actually, sir, in this pandemic situation, we can meet each other like this. That is a big thing.
Good.
As you told yesterday, thanks to technology.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot. I'm Girish, Dr. Raja,
Namaskar.
and I've heard a lot. All the names are very familiar.
Oh, good.
I must say that while I have met Dr. Kameshwari and of course our chairman, Professor Murali Madhavan.
Kameshwari is a member of the our body, our care.
I know.
Yeah, she is a member.
And even earlier I've met her in Chennai.
Yeah, surely.
Yeah. You had come to our institution.
Yes.
I remember,
I
I
came
guess.
there also, yes. Yeah.
And we had long ago met at your home in Adyar.
Yes.
When Professor 70th birthday was celebrated. We
Yes.
students all joined. Professor Tyagarajan was there. Professor C.S. Radhakrishnan was there. Dr. Jayasri, Dr. Usha, we were all there. So at that time we had met as a family. Only once.
Yeah, surely. So it is a good time at that time. Very good time we had.
My namaskar to you, Kameshwari.
Namaskar, sir. Namaste.
Yes, Tyagarajan sir, namaskar. And Bhattaji. Hello, Panduranga Shastri.
Panduranga Bhattaji.
I'm glad to hear that you are doing better.
Yeah, thank you.
Where did you settle down?
Bangalore.
Bangalore?
Yeah.
Bangalore.
Mangalore, huh?
No, Bangalore.
Bangalore.
Okay.
Yeah.
But his name is always associated with Kolkata.
I know. But his Purvikam was Tamil Nadu.
Yeah.
You all belong to Tamil Nadu. Actually, Professor Kutumba Shastri, yourself, everybody.
Yeah, Kameshwari madam, you took all of us to KSRI main hall.
Yes. Yes.
And you are blessing us with the portrait of Paramacharya Mahaswamiji.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Specifically,
We are seeing in front of us.
Yes.
Actually, Kudumba Shastri ji, your identification is Kamagoti, no?
No, Kamakoti identification is of Vedinathan, you know.
Professor
Vedinathan ji ka. Okay, acha. Yeah.
My identity.
I saw somewhere yesterday.
That is.
Yeah. So both.
His lecture is very great.
Yeah.
Of course, as usual.
As usual.
meticulously prepared,
Yes, and actually we had a talk, Murali Madhavan and myself. I myself suggested to Murali Madhavan to call him for a special lecture. Do you remember? The reason is
Yes.
Colleague, senior
your suggestion. Yeah.
who worked with Raja and got a lot of intimacy with Professor Raja.
Yeah. Surely.
He's a great speaker.
His language is just like Winston Churchill.
Yeah, and he quotes him often. Tyagarajan, how are you?
Fine.
Okay. Nice to see all of you.
Tyagarajan with us, he was with us the whole day yesterday.
Yesterday also I saw him.
He was participating actively. Even after this time, he is very active in academic matters. Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday you all had a discussion on Manipravala, very fine discussion.
Very fine it was. And especially an idea has evolved from that we should have for cross-cultural studies, we should have different languages, and the Manipravalam is the best tool for that.
Yes.
So we should have a department separately. We requested even to Professor Varkediji to think of it, and he promised that he will do something in that field. Yeah. Professor Varkedi, where is not visible? Professor Varkedi?
He seems to have not yet joined.
But I have seen him when Professor Vedinathan was talking. I saw him.
Sir, I spoke to him just now. He'll be joining right now.
He is joining. Okay.
Sundari Madam, namaskar.
She has come. Yes.
Sundari Siddhartha Madam.
Yeah. We have seen.
Namaskar, Kutumba Shastri.
So, Jagadguru Shankaracharya is behind here to lead you.
Yeah.
How is the family, sir? Kutumba Shastri ji, how is the family?
Oh, every one of us are fine with the.
You are in Pune.
Yes, I am in Pune, and every one of us are happy and doing fine.
Wonderful.
Mamacharya's blessings.
Very
We always derive. It is a.
taken for granted. Yeah, very true. But the Telugu background shows it is Kutumba Shastri. Background speaks volumes.
Yeah, my name is unique.
Time is up.
Yes, we can start.
Varkedi Saab, namaskar.
Varkedi sir.
Is there?
Namaskaromi.
Namaskaromi.
Varkedi Mahodaya. Kutumba Shastri.
Evam namaskaromi Acharya.
Please,
Namaskaromi
please
Guradeva Aradeva Namaskara.
Apicha Vardhapanani. Rajaprabha Puraskaraartham Vardhapananyapi.
Evam. Yeah.
ह्यः सर्वम् अपश्यम्.
Avasyam Varkedi Mahodayasya darshanam bhavadu tatra screen madhye.
अहं म्यूट् करोमि.
Screen madhye nagatam. Screen lu vannilla.
Yes, sir, he's there. Yeah, we can see him.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Namaskaraha. Varkedi Mahodayaha. Namaskaraha.
Namaskaromi. Namaskaraha. Sarvebhyah vidyadbhyah namaskaraha.
Dr. Rajesh.
Yeah, sir.
Dr. Rajesh, we can start now.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Respected Acharyas, dignitaries, teachers, and my dear friends, Namaste and good afternoon to all of you. We are going to the third day, successful 3 days of intellectual sessions.
Dr. Rajesh.
Yeah. Am I audible?
ശബ്ദം കുറച്ചൊന്ന് കൂട്ടണം.
Okay.
പറയുന്നത് കുറച്ചുകൂടി ശക്തിയിൽ പറയണം.
One second. Hello, is it clear?
Yes. This is audible.
Okay. Today we are having 3 speakers for this session, and the topic for the session is possibilities and challenges in Sanskrit research. As all of us know, especially after the launching of National Education Policy 2020, the scope for Sanskrit studies and Sanskrit research has got a new dimension, which should be explored positively. Many discussions are going on around the globe regarding the scope for Sanskrit. And today we are discussing the same one, possibilities and challenges in Sanskrit research. And the key paper will be presented by Dr. Srinivasa Varkedi. Dr. Varkedi deserves no introduction to the Sanskrit fraternity. He is a dynamic scholar with a progressive mind. Also, he is known in combining the traditional knowledge with modern ideas and modern technical world. He is a proven administrator as well. He is the Vice Chancellor of Kavigula Guru Kalidasa Sanskrit University. With pleasure, with pranams, I would extend hearty welcome to Dr. Srinivasa Varkedi on behalf of the organizing committee. Welcome you, sir. Today, Dr. Panduranga Bhatta will be presenting a paper on the same topic. I do not know him personally, so I asked Dr. Murali Madhavan, what should I say about him? And the first sentence he mailed me was, he was a pet student of Dr. Kunjuni Raja. I think that is the most wonderful honor that a student can achieve in the academic world. Dr. Bhatta has done PG and PhD from Vivekananda College and Sanskrit Madras University respectively. He was a professor in Pondicherry Central University. Afterwards, he has been selected as a professor in IIM Kolkata. I think he is college mate and classmate also of Dr. P.C. Murali Madhavan and Dr. C.S. Radhakrishnan. On behalf of the gathering assembled in this virtual platform, I would extend hearty welcome you, sir. Welcome, Dr. Panduranga Bhatta. One more speaker we have this evening, that is none other than Dr. Kameshwari, leading Sanskrit researcher and at present Doctor of prestigious institution at Chennai, Director of Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute, Chennai. And she is also very close to Dr. Kunjuni Raja. I'm sure these dignitaries who are going to present the paper will enrich this session by their academic thoughts and knowledge. I do not want to extend my time. Once again, I express hearty welcome to all the dignitaries, researchers, teachers, and friends assembled here. And I request Dr. Srinivasa Varkedi to present his paper. Thank you.
सर्वेभ्यः प्रणामाः। अत्र सम्मिलिताः विद्वद्वरेण्याः विशिष्य सत्रेऽस्मिन् स्वप्रबन्धमण्डलेन अस्मान् उपकर्तुम् उपस्थिताः आचार्य पाण्डुरङ्गभट्टमहाभागाः एवं कामेश्वरी महाभागे अन्ये च ज्येष्ठाः श्रेष्ठाः वरीयांसः विद्वद्वरेण्याः कुटुम्बशास्त्रसदस्याः अत्र विराजन्ते, तेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः प्रणामाञ्जलिं निवेदयामि। At the outset, I would like to extend my thanks to the organizers, especially Honorable Chairperson Professor P.C. Murali Madhavan for creating this opportunity for me to present my ideas in front of this great gathering.
Can we sound little more
Yeah.
audible?
I did not earn the merit of meeting with Professor Kunjani Raja in this lifetime, but I could meet his pupils. I could interact with his direct disciples. That is my fortune. I also got an opportunity to read his book, The Indian Theories of Meaning, which was a prominent source book for my doctoral research. Thus, I was introduced to Professor Raja through his work. I can only visualize a scholarly personality, Professor Kunjani Raja. I pay my homage to this great scholar of our times by dedicating my paper on reimagining Sanskrit for future. अत्र विद्वांसः बहवः अस्मिन् क्षेत्रे परिश्रमः विद्यन्ते. I not add anything to their knowledge, anything to their wisdom, but I test my own knowledge and my own experience by presenting them before you. So my attempt is to write a paper on a very interesting topic, reimagining Sanskrit for future. When Professor Murali Madhavan asked me to present a paper in the context of possibilities and challenges of Sanskrit research, I am reminded of the discussions that are going on Sanskrit studies in the context of NEP 2020. So keeping all those discussions in my mind, keeping the discussions that were held with Professor Dr. Vijay Bhatkar and my own friend Dr. Sai, I jotted down some points in this paper. The points may not be very new to you. अतः कुतो वा नूतनं वस्तु वयम् उत्प्रेक्षितुं क्षमाः वाचो विन्यास वैचित्र्यमात्रमत्र विचार्यताम्. So definitely people like you who have great affection for me will accept whatever I present here. I can, one moment, I can share my screen. Yeah, I would like to share my screen. Yes, I think it's visible, right? My screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, this is reimagining Sanskrit for future. This is a concept paper submitted in this seminar organized by Central Celebration of Kunjani Raja. Sanskrit education and research is at crossroads. There are several reasons. The new millennia started forcing the humanities to search for its roots. This search takes the human being to look for studies into civilization and cultural heritage. Within 2 decades of the 20th century, the COVID-19 situation has pushed the mankind to seriously engage with this fundamental inquiry, which is responsible for emergence of new world order. Unforeseen challenges are forced by one and all. Entire education system is settling down on new norms. Sanskrit education too cannot escape from its impact, from this impact. In the meantime, long-awaited new national education policy has also been introduced that drives the future education in India. The expectations of NEP have kept Sanskrit in highly demanding place. But required preparations are not been done by any one of us. to meet those expectations. With all this, Sanskrit fraternity is standing at the crossroads. In post-COVID era, all nations are creating their own identity. India too wants to become Atmanirbhar Bharat, the self-reliant India. Bharata, the country that enjoys and shines with the knowledge and wisdom, is preparing itself to become Vishwaguru once again. This is possible only with the roots of Indian knowledge tradition. Sanskrit represents this Indian knowledge tradition. The new model of education system needs to be reinvented with the integration of East and West, combination of tradition and modern knowledge, and bringing the local and global arena together. Insights from ancient knowledge systems will strengthen the current knowledge practices. This leads us to reimagine the Sanskrit with new perspective. It is not a completely unknown idea that Sanskrit is source of knowledge. It is also mostly admitted truth that it is relevant and useful in contemporary world. However, due to lack of proper exploration, this truth remains unjustified belief. It is not justified belief. In way back 1835, Max Muller identifies Sanskrit as not only as a language, but as a language of life. I did not quote here. Thus, Sanskrit has been considered to be more than a language. Sanskrit was given special title, classical language. This title damaged the image of Sanskrit. According to me, this title itself damaged the image of Sanskrit, while Sanskrit was very much living language till 18th and 19th century in many ways. Even now it is a living language in the sense that there are good number of native speakers and creative writers in Sanskrit. Yes, Sanskrit belongs to classical age and ancient language groups. That doesn't mean that it is classical language in the sense that this language is part of old usages and books are in only it lives in books in library, and this and out of it is not in the contemporary usage. Unlike Greek and Latin, even unlike Pali and Prakrit, Sanskrit still continues to be influencing, empowering the modern Indian languages with its linguistic structures, word formation processes, shared vocabulary, and so on. So we must recognize this extraordinary feature of Sanskrit, which are not seen in Greek and Latin. Max Muller also noted this in his lectures delivered in Oxford in 1835. The title of lectures was "What India Can Teach Us." You can search for that beautiful work, "What India Can Teach Us." So, tradition for innovation. Innovation is the new age mantra, without which today's universe could not have seen such an unforeseen development in all walks of life. How is this possible? Is science and technology advancement responsible for this? Any developed country or the country that is excelling in innovation is immensely dependent on its own knowledge resources. Let me elaborate this further. While creativity involves thinking about new ideas, innovation enforces doing the same in new ways. Today's need is doing things in newer and newer ways so that world that would bring positive change in our life and makes our life easy and better. Innovation completely embedded on science and technology may do
Hello.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, Srinivasan, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think there is a problem, network problem.
Yes,
Please wait.
sir.
Please,
His mic is not connected.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Am I audible to you? Yeah.
Paraswakam. 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 I am telling you it's Paraswakam.
Okay. Now, am I audible now?
Yes. Please carry on, sir. Carry on.
It was missing, somehow missed some lines. Yes. Now, therefore, the science fraternity always looked for the wisdom that is offered by our ancient knowledge sources. Hence, the combination of ancient wisdom and modern technologies will innovate the things. The Sanskrit tradition is for new age innovation. Moreover, the seed which has got capacity and well rooted on the ground will sprout out. Science tradition, no innovation.
Paraswakam behind Sangam Theatre Podu Enna.
Hello.
Paraswakam.
Hello. Hello.
Yes. Audible.
Yes.
Audible.
Okay. Now, sans tradition, no innovation. Sanskrit knowledge tradition has got enormous offerings to the contemporary developments. The areas like wellness, ecology issues, statecraft, economic challenges, sustainable development, global health concerns, all these will be highly benefited with the inputs from Sanskrit knowledge traditions. Mission Sanjeevani Sanskrit for future. Only huge mission can preserve this great tradition. No more preservation mode projects. So far, in the last 100 years, we are working with 1-point program that is preservation of knowledge tradition for future is upheld. All projects related to manuscripts, their editions, translations, notes, research publications, textbooks, poems, commentaries, creative writings, etc. shall focused on preservation. In continuation of this, we tend to create museums, digital libraries, digital repositories, and so on. In this direction, an effort is made by a team that includes Padma Bhushan Shri Vijay Bhatkar, the supercomputer man of India, and Dr. Sai, Dean, MIT School of Vedic Sciences, and myself. We conducted some studies of prevailing projects in this area of knowledge tradition and found that such projects will not suffice for the goals that we have set for our future. We propose two faceted projects. Project number 1, Bija Raksha, seed protection program, under which we continue the traditional learning with more rigor and impact. This is first. Second one, Mission Sanjeevani, empowering program which connects all traditional wisdom and modern necessities and prosperities of life on the earth. The first one, Bija Raksha, shall be focusing on the preservation of knowledge tradition intact.
Hello, sir.
Yes, what happened? എന്ത് സംഭവിച്ചു?
I think it's
Srinivas
lost his signal.
Oh. We'll wait little more.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
We'll wait 2 minutes more, 2 or 3 minutes, and in between, I think you can put some other photo, this screen that some other people.
Okay, sir.
If you can, somebody, they can chat each other, no?
Yeah.
People keeping calm, that will not go.
Professor, you can say something to the group, any specific member.
No. I think Professor Varkedi lost his signal.
I know.
That may be the reason. I think that will not prolong much. He may be able to join us within minutes. I hope that the session is on possibilities and challenges in research. And Professor Varkedi is one of the leading, that what we call scholars, one of the leading scholars in the entire nation, as far as new policy in education is concerned. And Professor Varkedi is doing something. Government of India has entrusted him the work of planning the future plan for the Sanskrit studies in higher studies and research in Sanskrit, especially in the university level. When we speak about higher studies and the research, it is concerned with university. So with university, they want to do, and several discussions are over, and now things are coming to some concrete shape. Even though we have given several provisions in the existing plan, the present what we call newly drawn plan by state government, by the government of India, as far as the new education policy, in the name of new education policy, Sanskrit has some problems, teaching, learning, and doing higher research and like that. There is some problems. So
Yes,
that
sir.
should be sorted out. And if Varkedi has joined, we will go to Varkedi.
Okay, sir.
Please switch on to Varkedi.
I can see your name, but maybe you can put off the video so the signal will be much strong. Please try that. Please try. Okay, sir. Okay. Murli Master?
Yes.
I spoke to Varkedi, sir. He has a problem with the network, but he's trying to make audio.
Okay.
I think the video. We'll try.
Can we through audio we can do?
Yeah.
Okay. Let him do audio. Video is not necessary.
Yes. I asked him to do.
Okay.
Please wait. You'll be
okay.
Just now.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Now
yes.
audible.
Sorry.
Please go ahead.
Audible.
Yes. Yeah.
Visible also.
I think visible also.
Yeah. Now it's clear, sir.
Which part I'm playing, I don't know.
No, we are visible.
Yeah.
We can see you.
Okay. A second part is what to do with this knowledge and wisdom to the tradition. Just mere application of knowledge in one or more areas of Sanskrit knowledge or comparative studies or so-called interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary approach into studies will be sufficient for involvement of people in large scale. The project Chandrayaan was not a project of ISRO. It was a project of entire country for years and for years. For that purpose, base of science education in India has been widened. It moved India to next level. The project Yoga is impacting the entire universe. It has brought our country on top of the best performing countries. In areas like wellness, management, global leadership, liberal arts, soft sciences, human sciences, entertainment, etc., Indic knowledge tradition can play a vital role. Only mission will lead us. It can innovate, it can motivate people to participate. We will gain, though we may fail. Keeping this idea in mind, we have envisaged new path of Mission Sanjeevani. It revives all branches of learning. What is motivation? Why revive Indic knowledge systems? I just skip some part of it. To transform Indic knowledge again into sustained power with lasting benefit to all, one essential step is to revive and build a critical mass of authentic scholar practitioners of Indic knowledge who can tangibly manifest its utility. Currently, Indic knowledge is in self-preservation mode, pursued only for preservation, propagation to the next generation, propagation to the next generation, with very little emphasis on social applications. While there are numerous practitioners, there is no way to ascertain and validate the fidelity of their practice to their underlying scientific principles due to the community being cut off from its intellectual roots for a couple of centuries. The need of our is to revive the study of Indic knowledge as science, not mere academic, cultural, museum education, to which it has been relegated. Scientific nature of Indian knowledge tradition, as the core of India's long region prosperity was her strong reflective tradition and the simultaneous emphasis on intellectually emotional well-being, inclusive spiritual outlook. In every tradition and practice, India strived to create a methodology to systemize and codify and to make a Shastra out of it. So there was such proliferation of scientific texts or Shastras that India developed a method and process for authoring scientific texts. Model-based reasoning, which is a key method of modern science, has been at the core of India's Shastra system right from its Vedic roots. India's Nyaya Vaisheshika, Mimamsa and Vyakarana Shastras provide a robust method of knowledge representation, communication, and model-based reasoning. Her inquisitive and self-reflective spirit ensured that India is the only civilization that till recently has continually kept reshaping itself to thrive across millennia while retaining its core essence intact. Even in the areas of culture, spirituality, prosperity, and well-being, all those Indic disciplines which are in touch with their intellectual foundations, example Vedanta, are growing in influence, while those merely relying on the ancestral practices alone, Ayurveda, Jyotisha, Vastu, are struggling to keep their space in the global discourse dominated by the Western scientific rigor. To really offer new insights to guide the problem-ridden world today, India needs to revive its native scientific thought, re-examine its core insights, and reinterpret them for times. Many people are awakening to that need today. A lot of foundational work has already happened over the last century in this direction at individual level. Modern computational thinking and AI are for the first time enabling us to appreciate the wealth of Indic contributions to linguistics, knowledge representation, and modeling. Also, modern technology enables us now more than ever to revalidate Indic knowledge insights and harness them for modern times at a scale that was hitherto impossible. The time is ripe for India to systematically invest its energies and resources for in reviving its strong intellectual foundations and knowledge systems expressed in its language of science, namely Sanskrit. Reviving Indic thought in all disciplines is the first step to disseminate its life-giving culture and universal values, and to show the way for long-term prosperity and harmony to humanity at large. The architecture of knowledge, this is very important. When we want to connect the Indian knowledge tradition in the modern with the modern knowledge systems, we have to understand that there is no one-to-one mapping. So one-to-one mapping may not be available. We need to protect the nature of Indian knowledge traditions. At the same time, we need to connect the ideas and wisdom with the modern modern knowledge systems. For example, people working in the field of jurisprudence immediately connect Nyaya Shastra, and they consider that Nyaya Shastra is a science of justice, and while it is not so. So therefore, how to really connect our Shastras with the modern knowledge systems? This has been a question for long. Indian traditional education recognizes 14 Vidyasthanas or disciplines of learning. However, the subject matter of knowledge can be divided from Indic perspective into three categories. Based on triad of observer, observed, and jnata, jnaya, and jnana. Subject sciences involve the study of the observer. Object sciences involve the study of the observed phenomena from the outside, and the knowledge sciences involve study of knowledge itself, its nature, its representation, acquisition, curation methods. I show you one figure which can elaborate what I am going to say. Yes. Yeah. So we can see that Indic classification of knowledge disciplines, we can see that this is the classification method. We can see one side jnata, observer, other side observed, the word, object world, and the last is observing, jnana. So here we can see that all sciences, modern sciences like human sciences, consciousness studies, education, psychology, social science, leadership, admiration, wellness, and peace, all these could be the part of this category. Other side is observed science. For example, object sciences, hard sciences of nature and resources like physical sciences, life sciences, engineering, technology, architecture. So this gives us scope for further research with the modern, along with the modern science. The third part could be knowledge sciences. We have a good number of resources in modern knowledge sciences like linguistics, mathematics, logic, knowledge mining, automation science, epistemology. Now, through this kind of division, we can connect with the modern sciences and we can work with them. So we have elaboratedly worked how to really connect the Indian models to the contemporary disciplines. When we worked on this, we found that there are many possibilities for this. Okay. So the expected impact of Mission Sanjeevani could be, one is economic impact, the second one is cultural impact, Third one is intellectual impact. Global leadership in personalized, contextualized wellness services. Because today wellness is a big concern. Even post the COVID situation, wellness is a big industry. Therefore, keeping that in view, the role of traditional vocations in modern economic activities by bolstering them with their scientific roots, we can work on this and we can get more economic impact. So I don't elaborate these points now. Yes, knowledge areas for mission mode focus. Now my point is we should focus on mission mode. Contemporary scientific endeavor has made significant inroads in physical sciences and their application to modern technology and engineering. In relation, we believe that Indic wisdom has a lot to offer in the near term in the areas of knowledge sciences and the subject sciences, especially in humanities and social sciences. The Indic understanding of human systems, individual and group behavior, aesthetic is much more rigorous and nuanced than the contemporary knowledge in human sciences. Hence, we believe that Indic wisdom can transform humanities and social sciences into a scientific disciplines called human sciences, which include psychology, social, political sciences, governance, strategic studies, leadership, and aesthetic sciences. Second, Sanskrit is not only a language of India's scientific knowledge, but also a source of fundamental concepts of knowledge itself, its encoding, representation, modeling paradigms. Since Sanskrit is the dominant medium of Indic knowledge discourse, in order to mine the huge knowledge base of millions of Indic manuscripts for insights, we need to transform India's knowledge sciences into a deployable technology via a software platform for knowledge engineering. Dominant focus and lot of work has been done in this area. People cannot imagine, already many institutions have taken up very big projects in this area. I have seen the results on my own and I have really appreciated them. The results are really fantastic. In the days to come, we can expect that any query can be answered in real time. In summary, the scope of Sanskrit-based computing should be expanded to the creation of new programming languages for knowledge processing, including meaning and emotion processing. Indic language processing tools, if based on India's knowledge science foundations, can address the numerous multilingual communication challenges of India due to their common Sanskrit and Shastra base. In short, not only Sanskrit Shastras, but also allied branches will get benefited in huge manner. Mankind can see the power of Indic knowledge tradition. What I wanted to say is this, that Sanskrit, we all of us believe that Sanskrit can offer so many insights for modern sciences, but never we tried with the problems. So our proposal is to keep a bigger problem, bigger challenge in front of us, so that we can address. For example, wellness could be such area where all traditions, all branches of Shastras can work for wellness. So with this, I conclude my words. Thank you very much.
Dr. Rajesh? Dr. Rajesh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now we can switch on
Hello?
to the next paper. Next paper?
Yes, 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 yes.
Yes, please invite.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Markedi, sir. It was really highly informative and inspiring. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now, we'll move to the next paper.
Professor Varkedi, even though he is very busy with as a vice chancellor, he is leaving all his preoccupations. He spent a very sizable time with us, and we are highly obliged and indebted to him. Professor Varkedi, namaskar.
Now, I request Sri Panduranga Bhatta to share his views on the topic by presenting the paper. Sri Panduranga Bhattaji, please.
Yeah. Hope you are able to see me and my slides also. Yes.
Yes. And,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes, sir.
so
Yes,
I continue. Before starting, I would like to thank Professor Murali Madhavan and Professor Radhakrishnan for bringing back to me Sanskrit. I was away for almost 20 years. You know, I was with management and other technical subjects. Now, I think Murali Madhavan made me deliver an endowment lecture also in Sri Shankara University. And now the golden opportunity and my...
sir, Swadharme Nidhanam Shreyah, Paradharmo Bhayavaha.
But then another thing is Professor Murali Madhavan and Radhakrishnan, you have given me an opportunity to reconnect with my guru, Dr. K.K. Raja, something like this, you know. So let me pay tribute to Dr. Raja. Of course, if you are able to see some merit in my presentation, credit should go to Raja. So I did PhD under him. And, you know, I always, of course, a lot of tributes have been already paid. And Raj, that word, I think I go to Kalidasa. So Raj is derived from Raj to shine, but Kalidasa says Raj is derived from Ranj, Raja Prakriti Ranjanat. So in Raja, he is an enlightenment and a pleasure to students, you know, very humble person. A lot of things can be said anyhow, because of a shortage of time, I don't go into all those things. So I did PhD under him, and that introduced me a little bit of multidisciplinary subjects in Sanskrit. Now I am working on all this in one way or other, outstanding creative achievements in diverse fields, entrepreneurial opportunities. Now we are looking for some kind of entrepreneurial opportunity for Sanskrit students. So mathematics, astronomy, medicine, all those things are there. We have practiced something, we have demonstrated something. I will share that also. Leadership, language, literature, whole lot of things are there. Now the sources of Indian ethos, Sanskrit, Indology, everything can participate here. Scriptural literature, inscriptions and archaeology, little bit neglected. Now we should get in touch with that also. A lot of Sanskrit inscriptions and how they inform us about the leadership, about the governance and all those things. We should get back to that. Philosophical literature, well done. Religious literature, well done. Epic, of course, Mahabharata still can be explored. It is not an epic, as all of you know, it can be considered as an encyclopedia. Dharmecha, artecha, kamecha, mokshecha, bharatarshaba, yadihasti tadanyatra, yenne hasti nakutre. We have not focused on the story element is fine. But now what are the other things Mahabharata can provide some kind of insight into us? So that is the thing, encyclopedic nature. I will demonstrate one or two things here. Classical literature up to Kalidasa, beyond Kalidasa, everything is fine. Arts and architecture, mythological and narrative, socio-political literature. Another thing is purpose. What is the purpose? What should be the purpose of multidisciplinary research? Social consciousness, environmental consciousness, values and ethics. We can offer a lot of insights for human value. In fact, I was associated with Management Center for Human Values, where I was bringing a lot of insights from Indian ethos or Sanskrit, so to say, or Indology. Leadership and governance, creativity and excellence, we can explore how they became creative. Of course, we talk of Aryabhatta's, Panini's, Patanjali's, fine. But we don't go into the aspect, how could they become creative? That's very interesting. What type of environment was there and what type of studies they undertook, all those things we should get into that. Then the non-violence, again, what is happening around us, we are not happy, so we can get back to ahimsa. Particularly, Patanjali is the first person who talked about ahimsa, then come to Ashoka, come to Gandhi, all those things are there. Then the religious insights, coping with stress. Now, I get back to Indology, particularly Dr. Raja. When I met him, we were searching for some topic. He told me dice play in Sanskrit literature. I was not knowing anything about dice play. Simply, I followed my teacher's what's called intuition and teacher's words. Then I could get the PhD from Madras University for my thesis, dice play in Sanskrit literature. Immediately, it was published from Amar Prakash in Delhi. Then this book highly appreciated, this particular research also by none other than Ludo Rocher, a famous Indologist at the time. He mentioned the multidisciplinary approach. Again, I am pointing Vedas, Vedanga, Smriti, Itihasa, epic, drama, a whole lot of things you have covered to get into the heart of the play, how play was played, that dice play, or later it becomes a little bit of Chaturanga, then it also becomes the chess of the modern. So all these roots can be traced back to dice play. That's Aksha Sukta of Rigveda. I started with that, then I went through so many other literature and all that. So next, maybe we were not knowing the potential of this. I got an invitation to present a paper in Amsterdam, Leiden. Then that made, in fact, that helped me in getting international connections. Manfred Gieder and so many others got in touch with me. And they pressed me to arrange what's called a 5-day symposium, international symposium approaching the roots of chess in Pondicherry University. And there were 5 divisions. Why I'm telling, some of you who are interested in research may look into all these things. These are all just samples only, not completed. Chess in Sanskrit literature, approaching the roots of chess, chess and yoga. This is a new subject, can be further developed. Anthropology, archaeology, and chess in regional literature. I think yesterday or day first I was hearing Murli Madhavan insisting about getting connected with regional languages like Kannada, Tamil, Telugu, and doing something. So now this may be a big project. Even chess, for example, in Tamil, it is there, and in Kannada also it is there in one form or other. So all those things can be done. Then now, I'm not able to give you a complete list of so many conferences. Because of Pondicherry conference, so many conferences were held in, I think, held abroad. In many, I think in 1 or 2, we could, I think the Rajendran was there, and some other, in Pondicherry, so many were there. Radhakrishnan was there, Professor Kutumba Shastri was there, so many. So now this has become, now this is getting a lot of interest and big platform. So this I participated 1st and 2nd June. Many, I think 20-25 participants attended in Mumbai. Only thing is from Sanskrit, very few. Probably I'm the only person, so to say. So now we should get into all these things, you know. The playing with, this is a very good trust actually, Indian Study Center Trust, playing with the past. They did, and they are having, in fact, they should have today, and yesterday and today, but it is postponed for a week. So this is also big, and many international scholars are participating. This is again a live online conference only. Playing with memories, the journey of games. So Sanskrit people have got a lot of interesting things to tell about the games and all those. I'm not going to the details of all those things. Now come to multidisciplinary, that is the topic given to me. Now the courses and opportunities for Indology and Sanskrit students. Leadership excellence. And my previous speaker also, Srinivas, touched it. Of course, he said leadership. Definitely, there are so many dimensions of leadership which can be what's called taken for research, and we can contribute at world level. Insights from Indian. This was a popular course which I was doing in Institute of Management, Calcutta, for almost 18 years. I think a lot of foreign students, that is our interest now. We know the value of Sanskrit, we know the value of Indian ethos, but how can you, how you go and influence others? So there used to be 250 students drawn from 120 countries or so. They used to join with love, with affection, and they used to make a lot of presentations and all those things. So that was a very successful course. It can be further what's called repeated, replicated. Creative excellence, as previous speaker Srinivas was touching this, innovation and all those things. Definitely we have lot. So as I said, you can take all creative people like Panchatantra, Author, Kautilya, Arthashastra and all those things. Then how did they become creative? What is creativity in them? We have to pinpoint. Otherwise, if you say, no, they are geniuses, I think we may not convince international audience. So you have to give, I think when you say Aryabhatta, who discovered that Earth rotates on its own axis before, much before Galileo, unless you give the calculation, some kind of it runs to 20 digits or something. My students worked it out. And that calculation is available in Aryabhatiya. Unless we convince with some kind of numbers and all those things, they will not be with us. Ethics and human values, huge scope, I think, for Sanskrit people, because Ramayana, Mahabharata, then come to a lot of other literature, where even our poets like Kalidasa, then Bana and others can contribute. Discovering and understanding India, I mean, all aspects. Framework for this I started and I could not complete. Now I think some of the Sanskrit universities can take it. Frameworks for research and teaching Indian ethos in management. I think huge, as Srinivas pointed out, it is up. So stress management, nobody talks of stress management, so that in most of the management schools, it is there. We can use a little bit of how to reduce stress and healthy food. Yoga can play a big role there. And guna concept, sattva guna, rajo guna, tamo guna, we can come out with framework. And I have my own questionnaire. I implement that. I ask the people to fill up. I find out whether one is having more of sattva, more of rajas, more of tamas, and accordingly I give strategies to reduce tamas and rajas, because our interest is more of sattva, all those things. And environmental ethics is a big chapter. Now, straight away, I come to my book recently. We wrote, of course, it took almost 10 years to complete myself. And again, I appreciate Murli Madhavan's terms yesterday, something like interdisciplinary. We should focus into that. Only myself, I think I would not have been able to bring out such a book. My colleague Pragyan Rath, she is an expert in modern day communication theories. So she cooperated. We two worked almost for 10 years, and now it is there, and it will be released shortly officially. And I will invite all of you to enjoy that also. It's an online program only. Now I will give you a little bit of hints, some kind of what did we do, why this book is so special. This is special for Sanskrit people. This is special for others also. So we have, first time we have used it to understand leadership, history, literature, religion, philosophy, mythology, inscriptions, whatnot. Something like these are the sources for us. So when you are finding out a leader, for example, inscription, Ashoka comes to my mind. And thanks to Indology and thanks to Raja, for example, I read all the inscriptions and finally I was able to talk. And once you prove that your leader is a value-based leader and he has concern for everyone and he has concern for environment in present day situation, you will have invitation. So I was invited by Professor Boris Ostner in Santa Clara University to deliver a lecture on Ashoka and his leadership. So all these things are there. Our book runs to 7 chapters, and some chapters I will discuss only, but our purpose is to again integrate East and West. So East has got a lot of leadership material, so to say, and West also. Now, this is one, I think my previous speaker was telling that I think I want to add a point. When you talk of developing your knowledge base, you should have respect for others, particularly those knowledge system already available. When you show respect to other knowledge systems, they are ready to learn from you also. See, for example, in Dubai, for example, I can talk of Indian ethos, no problem. Why? Because I understand what is required here, how I should present our views actually without creating any hype, without creating any tension. This is very much needed. It is a win-win situation. You appreciate their knowledge system, they appreciate our knowledge system. Like that, we worked out in the book also. Like now, you can easily understand. This book is based on the epics like Ramayana, Mahabharata. works on polity like Kautilya Saptashastra, literary works of Kalidasa, Shukanasa's advice, Shukanasa Upadesha in Kadambari. We have used it, and we have compared this so many speeches delivered by others, for not only in India, outside India. This book also explores the concept of power and its management as discussed. Again, we have Raja Dharma. So starting from Mahabharata, you can come up to Kalidasa, so many books on Raja Dharma. And what is Raja Dharma? In Raja Dharma, what is relevant in today's context? That, because sometimes, when you talk of Jati, the Varna system, when you talk of other system, they may not be able to understand, appreciate. But if you talk of universal values available, like a king or a leader, how he should care for the people whom he governs, so many contexts we have given. Then the discussion is on sage like Rajarshi. Rajarshi, that is the ideal leadership in India. So many kings and queens, they followed this particular thing, and we have given a lot of examples. For example, when conflict occurs, how to resolve it. So there are very good examples, because I worked on contribution of Karnataka to Sanskrit, which runs to 700 pages, which is a well-recorded history of Karnataka. There I met queens and kings, what is their vision and what type of mission or value statement they had to carry out their duty. All those things helped me. So finally, this is the only not one dimension, two dimensions: political statesmanship and practice of kingship, philosophical wisdom. This is very much needed. Now, one or two chapters I will showcase. There is a chapter called If We Care for Nature, She Cares for Us. I think probably this is the 5th chapter in our book. We have taken the Eastern approach also. So our the Vedas, Upanishads, and come to Kalidasa, they present a lot of ideas about the present day ecological concerns, for example. They also had concern. What is their approach? I would like to distinguish here the ecology and deep ecology. Ecology is the modern approach. Why? Because you say if you are not protecting animals and trees and plants, the environment will become very bad, corrupt and polluted, and you may get some new disease. This is the ecology approach. You switch over to deep ecology, which is available richly in Sanskrit literature. So what is the deep ecology? See, if somebody says tiger should be protected, I don't get into any discussion why it should be protected, what disease will come, nothing of that sort. I say it is a God's creation, it should be protected. So this has now caught up. This has been started in America also, deep ecology. But we are the champions of deep ecology. You go to even poets like Kalidasa or poets like Bana. I have discussed some of these issues, some of these examples are there in this book. Mutual dependency. Now, if you say tiger and forest are mutually dependent, Mahabharata is the best example. If it says if you do little bit of deforestation, tigers will not be there. If tigers are not there, forest will not be there. So you want to have both. Tiger should be there and forest also should be there. And this is the thing. And interesting, I think some of you would have read the history of Dharma Shastra by Bharat Ratna Pandurang Vaman Kane. Fantastic. When I was reading some chapters, I was very much impressed. See, like take the example of Karnataka. I am from Karnataka, born and brought up and in this traditional, so to say, environment. So Deepavali festival, we worship cows, particularly in Karnataka, cow worship is there. Now, when I was a young boy, my father was asking me, he was explaining, this is the garland which is put on the cow, and this garland has 21 varieties of plants or leaves taken from the plant. And now when I presented this in one of my papers in Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta convocation, our ex-chairman at the time, he mentioned this. This is a strategy of ancient Indians. In order to protect 21 varieties of plants, they said you should make a garland which has got 21 varieties of leaves from the plant and appreciate garlanded cow and all those things. See, there are some kind of secrets behind some of our customs, some of our rites and rituals. We should get back to that also. Another thing is religious pluralism. This is one very interesting concept now. So now we have started with Sangachadvam, Samvadadvam and all those things. For Ekam Sadvip. Now these are the traditional quotations and plural country, for example. All religions, they offer ideas. So Swami Vivekananda, we have discussed it. For example, I think he, in his Chicago address, he has delivered all those wonderful unity, for example, what is available in diversity. So now, if you look into the platforms which we have created, Shaivism, Vaishnavism, all those things. So now can be used to prevent and resolve conflicts, fundamentalism against diversity. This is also, see, we are interested in keeping diversity, faith, tolerance, and peaceful coexistence is the underlining word, and how to get back to that. And the last chapter, is, as I said, Rigveda helps us. Ano Badraha Kartavoyantu Vishwataha. Here, they let noble thoughts come to us from all quarters. What are the quarters? So include, now in the context of globalized world, it is not good or possible for us to say we learn only from our, what's called the knowledge banks. We should learn from other, we should be open. Universal welfare is everyone's welfare. This is probably the last chapter. We have analyzed the concept of Loka Sangraha, taking the help of Gita and Bhagavad Gita, and also the commentary of Mahatma Gandhi and Gokhale, many others. So it is a very important thing. Now we are interested, we should be interested in CSR, even the present government, our honorable the minister, for example, so many ministers, they are telling the social responsibilities should be discharged. So in what way, what is our social responsibility, how to discharge that, all these things are available. Now, very interesting thing, once I gave Panchatantra for my students in Indian Institute of Management, 70 odd stories. I don't go into the, what's called the making of Panchatantra, long story. But the thing is, what is the benefit of studying these stories? Of course, you donate these things to your children, grandchildren, and all those things are there. But with this different type of background, engineers should read Panchatantra, medical doctor should read Panchatantra, a lawyer should read Panchatantra. What they studied this and they presented this by the studying or listening to stories of Panchatantra. Strategic decision making, intuition gets developed, and all those things will happen, holistic thinking. So I think studying and appreciating like crocodile and monkey story and all those things. But what is the moral, what type of thinking, how to deconstruct this and how to transfer this to others, this type of knowledge. We have done successfully there, no problem. See, we should, that's why I say, we should keep reading outside our own domain. Now, Steve, of course, one of my favorite heroes. So many times, of course, he had diversity in his approach, and he came to India and stayed in Varanasi for almost a month. And when he got back to America, he was telling in his lecture, America presented a cultural shock to him. So for Indians, America should present a cultural shock. But he said, no, there is a message. India. So the people in India's countryside. I think it is creating some disturbance.
Hello. Sir, please wait, sir.
Hello.
Any problem? Yeah,
any problem?
Yeah. His mic is not muted, Murli Madhavan sir. I will ask him. Please wait.
Please do that. So I will finish in 5 minutes.
No problem, sir. No problem. Take your own time.
Okay. So now I was telling the intuition part. It is very important. So yoga talks of intuition. Panchatantra talks of, at the beginning of Panchatantra, Vishnu Sharma says, I am helping you in developing a type of knowledge. Again, What is the type of knowledge? By using that knowledge, you can get to the core of things. So that is very, now, knowledge overload, information overload, everything is there. So now we should get into developing little bit of intuition. So it is possible, we can take the help of yogic sciences, and we can also work out on Panchatantra, such other things. So Steve Jobs is the champion. He says intuition has some kind of impact on all his products. Now, I made some experiment. I'm just sharing that. See, Shakuntala, okay, old drama, Kalidasa, we would have seen multiple varieties and all those. In Bangkok, I was deputed to Silpakan University, Center for Sanskrit Studies, Silpakan University, for 2 years by ICCR chair professor. Then what happened, one student, Sharan, was studying with me. So he asked me, can you teach Shakuntala? I said, no problem. I taught Shakuntala. Then finally, he was an opera singer. Then he said, I want to present a Shakuntala drama. I said, what is the framework? He said, I will be using all these three. Thai version made by this Rama VI, King of Siam, and Gayate, German translation, and Schubert transformed that into a drama. Then Sanskrit. It's a wonderful thing, this production brought together. Again, we should be interested in these exercises. Opera singers, Thai dancers, Indian class dancers. She came from Chennai, Janaki Rangarajan. Of course, a very good classical dancer. You can visit her on YouTube. Co-directed by my student, Sharan. He is doing PhD in Sanskrit in Cambridge University nowadays. So now, what is this? See, so many, maybe some 50 actors were there. I think he brought many from many countries. This should happen in what's called globalized world. And this Rangarajan, the Janaki, she came from Chennai, and Dushyanta, the person who acted as Dushyanta, came from Iran. Now that is the meaning of globalization. And when you talk of taking Sanskrit to everywhere, I think you should remember this. Finally, anyhow, I will stop then if there are any questions. I don't want to cut into the time of the next speaker. So this is the inaugural, what's called releasing of the book that will happen on 17th December at about 4 o'clock, and Bloomsbury publisher, they will be arranging a live this one, and you can join. Just this is the thing. And anyhow, I am leaving the slides. You can copy later also. Just Facebook, you go to Bloomsbury India page, that's all. So there are very interesting personalities, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty, Pawan Verma, TV, he anchors in a lot of TV channels, Professor Shekhar Chowdhury and Samiranjan Chatterjee from Australia. Like there's so many people, because we want to discuss this topic. What is the meaning of art of leading in a borderless world, and how East helps us, how West helps us? These are the things. So I have completed, this is my academy. Recently after my retirement, I started, it is safe, Samanvaya Academy for Excellence. I request you to visit, just put samanvaya.net, you are taken to academy, and so many programs we are conducting in order to, so to say, spread the message of human values, and also maybe continue what's called promote Sanskrit studies and all those things. So this is a wonderful opportunity given to me to come back to Sanskrit, and I should again thank Murli Madhavan and Radha Krishnan and the whole lot of people attending this particular session. If you have got some kind of new insight, I tell this credit should go to Dr. K.K. Raja, who was my great guru. I see his photograph, I say pranam. Thank you everyone. I stop.
Thank you, Panduranga Bhatta. A very, very inspiring presentation. And after a long time, we are meeting each other after Bangkok. We were in Bangkok in 2015.
Yeah.
And after that,
2016. Yeah.
Yeah. Then after several years, we are meeting each other through online.
Thank you.
Yes. So now I request Dr. Rajesh to call the next paper. Dr. Kameshwari.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Panduranga Bhatta, for his enlightening words. Indeed, I was feeling happy and proud that this kind of research are going around the globe, and the disciples of Dr. Raja, like you, are giving a lead to these kind of researches. Thank you so much for your words and presentation. Now, may I request Srimati V. Kameshwari for her presentation. Ma'am, please.
Pranams to everybody. I'll be coming shortly on the screen.
Yes, yes, sir. You're audible.
After the downpour of Professor Bhatta, I do not know how I am going to catch you all to your seat. Let me try.
Very good.
My pranams to everyone of the organizing committee. My pranams to the three octogenarian professors. Professor Unni, I don't know whether he has come to be a nonagenarian. Professor Virinathan and Professor Cardona, and all the professors who are here, and the research scholars who are witnessing all these things. My topic is going to be scientific investigations in Sanskrit texts. When I was trying to decide the topic, I had to think of Dr. Raja. Dr. Raja would always say, whether you are writing is or was, you got to think before you put it into pen. It was a very interesting meeting I had with him, very simple meeting. I was to go and ask him for permission to join under him for PhD. That was the first time I was going to meet him. I was a student of presidency for my master's. So I went to the Adyar library. He was starting for home. He just walked with us, me and my brother, and then said, what have you done? What are the topics that you have for your things? And I said antithesis, irony, and picaresque characters, something like that. He was caught up with the idea of antithesis. He said, he stopped for a minute. He said, antithesis may not be enough for a PhD, but you can change it to contrast motif in Sanskrit literature. We did it. That was it. Very simple, very direct, and no fuss at all for a very, very senior professor. And he was a simple man, a man with no verbosity. He never had ornate expressions or anything like that. He was down to earth. He was very precise, very correct, very much up to the whatever the thing is that is going on. It was very easy to work with him. I would not meet him for more than 6 months at a time because he was very busy. But whenever he met for 2 or 3 days, he said, you read this, you read that, you read this. How much have you done? Everything. And when the thesis came, he went through the entire text. He corrected everything, even the diacritical marks. That was Dr. Raja. And more than anything, he was an Ajata Satru. It is not my word. Dr. C.S. Sundaram, Dr. S.S. Janaki, and all those people who moved with him, they have said Dr. Raja was an Ajata Satru. That was his quality. He was friendly with everybody. And he was friendly with anybody and everybody. Any child can go and talk to him. Any senior scholar can go and talk to him. Any person, world-renowned person can go and talk to him. He will treat them all the same way. That was Dr. Raja, suiting his name, Raja. We would often say, we would even never said Dr. Raja or Professor Raja. We said Raja because you call a king, nothing more than that. So he was like that. He was such a person. And Professor Panduranga Bhatta, he was the first person to tell me that he was selected in the Kuppaswamy Sastry Research Institute. He was the very pet student of Dr. Raja. And then I met him in the Adyar library after attending the institute thing. And then he told me that I have been selected. I asked Dr. Raja whether it was right. He said yes. And then Dr. Raja had recommended me for a college. I asked Dr. Raja whether I could go to the college or to KSR. This information has to be kept in mind by any youngster. Dr. Raja said, whatever comes your way first in your life, you take it. Never leave the opportunity. I took it and I am here now with you all. I thank Dr. Raja wholeheartedly for the way he guided me. From him, I learned a lot, which helped me later in my curriculum. And then he had been the research committee chairman of the Kuppaswamy Sastry Research Institute. He had guided us how to edit and everything. It was a wonderful experience moving with him. With these few words, I will now move on to the topic, scientific investigations in Sanskrit texts. Yes, I was telling you when I chose the topic. It could be either scientific investigation into Sanskrit texts or scientific investigations in Sanskrit texts. I was just oscillating between the two. Scientific, if I say into, then I would have to be very particular about the science subjects. But when I say scientific investigations, I am talking about the methodology of how to go about the text. So now I am going to go into the topic proper. Excuse me. Oh, it is not moving. Just a minute, please. Just a minute. Right. Yes. The main principle I am going to have today is Sthitasya Gatis Chintaniya. Everybody would immediately think that is only a textual criticism, principle of textual criticism. No. Dr. Raja has always said, think before you change any sentence that is given. So that is the principle which we have to follow in any way of studying any text, whether it is edition or analysis or study. And Dr. Raja in his textual criticism writes on Sthitasya Gatihi Chintaniya that it sometimes improves and sometimes spoils the result achieved. That is what we are going to say today. I am going to take 5 case studies from different fields. The first thing is, did birds spawn animals? I am using the word spawn very particularly here. I'll give you a story, sort of what had happened. Once a young boy, a lawyer, he was about 25. He was practicing apprenticeship, doing apprenticeship for lawyer under a great man in Madras. He came and then he asked me. He just walked into my room. He said, did birds give birth to animals? I asked him, why this question? He said, there is a blog in the YouTube which says, which quotes from the Vishnu Purana, which I have cited here, and which says that Sugrivi, one of the birds, has given birth to horses, camels, and asses. So that boy was very much intrigued, and then he asked me. I said, it's a good question. I had not gone into this so far. So we'll go into the text and see. So Vishnu Purana said, Tamra, they gave birth to all 6 birds, and one of the birds gave birth to this. This is the translation given by H.S. Wilson, one of the foremost scholars to translate Puranas into English. This had been followed almost verbatim by everybody who had done of Puranas. The text is again repeated by Matsya Purana almost in the same way, and Padma Purana adding only Ushtra, Ashwa. So now the question arises, did they give birth to animals? Birds spawn. They don't give birth. They lay eggs and hatch them. Whereas the mammals give birth to cubs and they raise them by suckling. There is a vast physical difference, natural difference between the two species. So how are we going to reconcile this? Is it a myth or is it a fact? We have to look into that. So we looked into it. I asked that boy to present a paper. At that time, some seminar was going on. I don't know whether it is All India Oriental Conference where anybody can present. So I asked him to do a paper, and he could do it partially, and I have added some more. Generally, the list is inclusive of the birds of prey, and all birds of prey have their common ancestor Tamra. And the bird mothers are, I'll go back, mothers are Siani, Basi, and Siani, Basi, and Gridrika. Yes. So these 3 mothers are known to everybody. Gridra, Siana, and Suparna are common name to vultures, eagles, falcons, kites, and other birds of prey. And Gridra specifically refers to cinerous vultures, which are very huge birds that will kill even any animal. Bhasa are bearded vultures. They are also huge in size, and they are called in English as lamb vulture or lamb eagle because they specifically take lambs as their prey. So in Sanskrit, we have the name Meshakrit and Mahagridra for her. And Meshakrit is a name given to Garuda also, who also takes up lambs as its prey. And this bearded vulture has a special name, Alaja or Aja. This name Alaja is given in Vajasaniya Samhita, meaning that it is adorned with a beard like a goat. So there are two aspects here. One is the physical appearance. The other is its habit of eating. And Sienna and Superna are eagles, falcons, and hawks. Now, Sugrivi's name is not seen in any text except this Puranas. In the text that has been prepared by K.N. Dave on birds in Sanskrit literature, he discusses from the Vedic times till Manasollasa and other later texts, all the Persian and Arabian kingly records and diaries and everything. From there, he has given all the list, all the names of the Indian birds, and there Sugrivi does not come. Then was Sugrivi by herself Sugrivi because it is feminine. So naturally it should be a bird because the list is bird. Only that difference is that Sugrivi has given birth to animals. The names are animals. Now, is it myth or real? So now we'll see what are the names given to many different types of culture. As its food, as their food. So Shashada or Shashagni. Tani eagle is called Srugala or Goma. You see the names of jackal because they have the habit of cheating the other birds of their prey like a jackal. And golden eagle is Mahasuparna, or even Garuda is called a golden eagle. It is a eater of mammals like antelopes, sheep, musk deer, wild goats. That's why it's called Meshadrat. And black eagle is called Bhalluka. Very surprising. And serpent eagles are called Nagashi and Sarpari. And again, Garuda is also known as Nagashi. And we see Garuda Naga has serpent, and we see Garuda sculptures in many temples carrying serpent and its beak, and the elephant holding the elephant by its claws. So that's one important thing, that Garuda would have its prey, would have elephant as its prey. Then the goshawk is called Vaja or Vaji in connection with its speed, because it was very fast like the Aswa. Probably Sugrivi's Aswa is this, we do not know. Icelander hawk is called Maharavana Vaja. See the names that they have given. Because of the habit, because of their features, because of their speed and other things, they have given the names. Indian crested hawk eagle is called Vaja Raja. And another type of eagle is called Mayuragni because it kills only Mayuras. Considering all this, we had come to the conclusion that Sugrivi and her descendants, though they have the names of mammals like Aja, Ashwa, Ushra, Gardaba, have some similarity to them, either some similarity or have them as their prey. So the lineage of Sugrivi has to be understood as praise. Now, I have considered what is given. Stitasya Gati had been Chintita. So we have considered that whatever is given has to be understood in a proper light. It cannot be simply taken out of the context as birds giving birth to mammals and thereby saying Indian religion is completely vaid. That was the comment given in that blog. So this we solved. This shows us that we have to consider whatever has been given, and ancients had not given anything without any meaning. Only thing is that we are far removed from our culture, far removed from our system of knowledge, and that we do not understand what it is. The next is much more interesting. A small phrase, a pada of a verse, Bharatam Chapasadrisyam, which means Bharata is like a bow. We were editing in our institute on Danyakumar Charita for a PhD of one of our students, Dr. Annapurna. And this is by Bhattaraka Sakalakirti of 15th century AD. The first chapter describes in detail the length and breadth of India. So in the 65th verse or somewhere, there is the statement Bharatam Chapasadrisyam. So we had a doubt. We were editing the text with various manuscripts. All the manuscripts had the same thing except for some spelling errors, nothing else. So we went to Dr. Janiku, who is the guide then. I was then just then recruited in the institute. So Dr. Janaki had asked me to supervise the candidate. So that was a training period for me. She was training me actually. So I went to her and told her, this is it. Could we change it? Because we have we are permitted to amend. So could it be something different, or whether we could do something? She said, no, Sitasya Gatihi Chintaniya, you cannot. Unless you understand what it is, you cannot touch it. And she said, I am not an expert. It is a Jaina text. She said, I am not an expert in Jaina literature. See, that was the way the real research scholar works. You have to accept what you know and what you do not know. You have to know that. And she said, in spite of being a novice in that field, in spite of the student being there, she said, I do not know anything about this Jaina literature. Go to Dr. C.S. Sundaram. He is an expert in Jaina literature. Ask him. Fortunately for us, Dr. C.S. Sundaram used to visit the institute often. So he was there. He had come there one day. We told him. He was flabbergasted. He said, how could you do that without knowing what it is? It is a beautiful cartographical representation given in terms of words, verbal representation. So this is the thing. Bharadam, if you lay the bow across India, between connecting Gujarat and Assam, and then stretch the bowstring and the thing up and down, you have the outlines or borders of India. This is a physical structure of India has been explained in one single phrase. Beautiful. In addition to this, he said, it not only gives the physiological territory of India, it also has the maritime territory of India. So the sea area that has been covered by the bow was ruled by us or was under our control like we have today. He was actually in tears when we said, sir, this is wrong. We want to change it. He said, no, you cannot do that. Think before. You have to think, because you are not only amending, you are changing the meaning. You are actually losing a fact, a reality. That's the same thing. Actually, we have to give this as a definition for Bharata's areas in those days. That's a record. So you should not change such things. So that is one lesson that has been proved by this Stitasya Gatihi Chintani. Next, we go to mathematical text. We are all afraid of maths. That's why we had all come to literature, different literatures. But we will see only the text here, not the maths as such. This is from Bhaskara's Bija Ganita, and a commentary on at Bija Pallava had been studied for PhD dissertation by one Dr. Sita Sundaraman, my student, under my guidance. Though I was the guide, I had taken help from a mathematics professor, Professor M.S. Rangachari of the Madras University, Ramanujam Institute director. And I had also taken help from other scholars like A. Kannan of Hyderabad University, as my Professor Kannan. Like those people, we went to everybody. And then we talked to one Professor Hayashi also from Tokyo. So we always used to have contacts with them. I write letters to them wherever we had doubt. Now this equation is nx plus 1 is equal to y squared. This is called very famously but erroneously called as Pell's equation. Pell was a person who founded this. It is erroneous. There is a history behind it. We will leave it. In 18th century AD. But Brahmagupta in 628 AD has given partial solution to this by creating a method called Bhavana. And Jayadeva, Subudaya Devakar of 11th century AD quotes him and says, Jayadeva found this method Chakravala to solve this equation. And Bhaskara in 12th, Bhaskara II in 12th century AD had remarkable success in achieving a simple Chakravala method, and he solved many problems. We are going to see is this. This is nx square minus 1. The Pell's equation is plus. Now he is going to see the minus 1 is equal to y square. Now we will not go into the intricacies of the problem. The next remark that the student has given. That two examples have been given by Bhaskara. One is 13x square minus 1 is equal to y square. and 8x square minus 1 is equal to y square. Both these things are to be solved in the same way using Chakravala. So the student did this. She was able to solve 13x square minus 1 is equal to y square. But she could not solve 8 square minus 1 is equal to y square. At that time, we were in contact with Professor Hayashi of Kyoto University. We told him, this is wrong. He said, you cannot say Bhaskara is wrong. You cannot say Krishna Devagnya is wrong. Unless and otherwise you prove that this is wrong, that solving this problem is not possible. And also, solving this problem in any other way than indicated by Bhaskara is possible. Unless you say that, you cannot say this is wrong. So the student did, and then she gave 2 remarks. Bhaskara himself does not know this problem. He says, Evam Ditiya Udaharane Prakriti 8 Pragvajjate Hrasva Jyeshtapade Ka 1/2 J1. Like that, he gives the answer and then closes it. And Krishna Devagnya in his Bija Pallava adds Chakravala Abhinay Karye, that is the end. By Chakravala, get the integer solution. Integer means full number. Rational solution means any number. It could be a fraction. So it could be a fraction or decimal. So you can do that. So this Krishna says it should be Abhinay Karye, the integer solution should be there. But it could not be done. So the student showed that Sitasya Gati was taught by everybody. Like traditional mathematicians like Sudhakara Dwivedi, Achitananda Jha, and Jivanatha Jha, who are experts in this field in the North. And Bhaskara, they all quoted Bhaskara. They said, do this. The second method can be solved like this. They didn't give the solution. And Datta and Singh, who wrote the history of mathematics, carefully employed the word rational instead of integral in this context. So now we proved that there are no integral roots for this problem, and it can only get rational roots. Now this gives the second point that Dr. Raja had said, that sometimes Jitasya Gati may spoil the result. Now, because we have been thinking about the same thing, that Bhaskara had not done mistake, only Krishna has done Abhinay Karye. So whoever it may be, maybe there are sometimes some scribal error that would have caused this, because if you add an avagraha, everything goes awry. So this could be that, whatever it may be, we proved that this could not be solved. This was done by Dr. Sita Sundaraman, and Dr. Hayashi praised this effort, showing the deficiency of the author without critically criticizing him. We are critically solving the problem, that's all. Because that is the way the research should be done. The next thing is Vriksha Dohada, that we are going to see now. It is going to be 5:10. Do you have time, Professor Murli Madhavan?
Yes, now you can
Professor Murli
brief. You can brief.
Oh, very good. Vriksha Dohada, Dr. Raghavan says in his Festival, Sports and Pastimes, everybody will know this book, page 89. Whether it is botanically explainable or not, Sanskrit poetry believes certain trees and creepers have a yearning for some kind of attention by charming women, on receiving which alone they would burst into blooms. This is well known. Dohada, everybody knows it means longing of a pregnant woman, but poetic convention treats it to longings of a tree. So Shabdarnava says, Taru gulma latadinam akalaihi kushalam kritam pushpadi utpadakam dravyam dohadam syatu tatkriya. So the yearning is also dohada. The action that is going to rectify this yearning or satisfy this yearning is also going to be dohada. So Malinatha in his Raghuvamsa commentary on Raghuvamsa's 862 says, Vrikshadi poshakam dohadam. So these two actions, both the things are dohadas. Now we are going to see, there is a verse, Malinatha's verse, which says, Ashoka has to get the kick from the ankles of a woman. Kurabaka has to be embraced. Bakla has to have the spitting of the wine from the mouth of a young lady. Shampaka has to be smiled at pleasantly. Nameru needs music. Tilaka has to be seen intently. Priyangu wants a loving touch. Mandara needs conversation. Chuta wants blowing of air from the mouth of the woman. And Karnikara needs dancing. How are we going to explain them scientifically? A student of mine again did her PhD, Dr. Premalata, did her PhD on Thala Vrikshas, their bio, environmental value and medical value. And I asked her to solve this problem and she had given me all this. He has written is at an article in for the journal. Now this kicking of the Ashoka tree by the Vichi Taranganyaya creates waves, energy waves. Energy waves are got through either kicking, gazing, touching, talking, embracing or drenching with liquid, any form of affectionate actions. And singing and dancing, since they involve percussion or other musical instruments, the rhythmic pattern of stamping of feet makes vibratory patterns of waves in the Karnikara pleasing. Then mellifluous singing and instrumental music again raise vibratory patterns of sound waves, changes the inertia of Nameru into active state. We know pretty well that some trees do not blossom at all. In some season, in some other season, they will blossom. So if they don't blossom, such actions are taken to correct them. And Kurubaga yearns for an embrace. The researcher said it provides the embrace, provides thermal energy from the body heat of the lady who embraces, and thus it makes the tree blossom. Priyangu needs touching, similar experience. And then it understands the affection of the human being and so gets the positive vibration. And Chuta, Bakula and Mandara we need spitting of wine, speaking in its proximity and or something like that. All three actions contain particles of saliva absorbed by the trees. The saliva contains, this is where we are working scientifically. We are seeing this significance of this scientific investigation. The saliva contains electrolytes, sodium, lipoproteins, antibacterial compounds, and many enzymes, which act as chemical odorants that activate the hormones of the tree. Then again, she added one more thing. The wine mixed with saliva promotes reproductive faculties of the trees. The bacteria present in the wine, minerals like melatonin, acids like tartaric, malic, and citric, lead to fermentation and produce high caloric nutrients. This compensates nutritional deficiency and makes the tree blossom. Tilaka, loving glances like the Nyayana Diksha, which everybody knows, eyes because of energy, it gets it. Now, I have done all these things. Sorry, I have done some mistake. Sorry, I am wrong. Sorry. We have proved that has meaning, has scientific basis, which Dr. Raghavan thought it may or may not have. Now we have proved that it has got scientific basis. Next is another one, is the final one, fifth one. It is very, very interesting. We do not go into fields like geography or zoology or botany, which have immense knowledge to give to the world. And that too, Jains are very special in geographic and mathematical knowledge. They have produced umpteen number of books. Now here we have got this information on Vadavagni from Puranas. Vadavagni everybody knows, we all Indians know about Vadavagni, what it is. It is the fire in the sea, ocean, submarine fire. From Vedic times, it has been referred to. And Rigveda says it is the anger of Aurva Bhrigu placed in the ocean. I am not going into the story of it. It has got 2 or 3 versions, so we will not go into it. Taitri Samhita says that arises from the ocean in an elongated form. This is very important. It is in the ocean, it arises in an elongated form. Ramayana says that anger of Aurva in the form of a horse face was placed in the ocean. Again, whatever the face of a horse gives, some importance is given. Mahabharata Adiparva narrates the story and then adds the entire fire of penance of Aurva submerged into the ocean in the form of horse head. And it adds one more information. It devours the ocean waters as its food. Then Skanda Purana. It says whatever fire is the fire of destruction. That's what we all know. At the time of Pralaya, Vadavagni comes and devours the world. it consumes the water so that the level of water will always be maintained and it remains in the depth of the ocean. The story says that Varavagni was just gulping the waters and the ocean level was going down. So everybody prayed to Vishnu, and then Vishnu came and made the Vadava face and made into a nozzle. And he said, you just drink the ocean water through this nozzle so that the water level will not get dried up. Already sun is drying it up, and then we have other features also, but this should not happen in a very terrific way. Vadavagni was gulping it, just like that it was devouring it. So he made that. So now Vadavagni is taking the waters sip by sip in a very methodical way so that the water level of the world is maintained. And it is renewed and rekindled at the end of every Manvantara. When Pralaya comes, it will come out and then it will go down. It resides in the Agni Tirtha to the south of Somanathpura. This is a very important point. Please note it down. I'll show you a picture later. Vishnu Dharmottara Purana says Ruchika's anger was a submarine fire. Besides, it lies in the Purvottara Sagara, that is the eastern and western oceans of India. That is Arabian Ocean and Bay of Bengal. We have the Hindu Samudra in the southern seas. And it blows out ashes on earth for 4 months. During winter, turns into snow. This is another detail that we have got from Vishnu Dharmottara Purana. Matsya Purana says it consumes the water of the ocean to quench its thirst. Reside in the ocean. At the end of every yuga, along with Brahma, it dries up all the water and the universe. Okay, this is the facts that we have from all these things. Now, you see, it is the place where exactly the submarine fire today, Vadavagni is residing near Somnathpur. It is said in the Vishnu Dharmottara Purana. That is the place where it resides. And all the coast of India are full of submarine volcanoes below, submerged into the water. And when that point at Somnathpur triggers, the entire volcanic eruption will come. It will just swallow India. That is how it is. That is what they have said in their work also. This work was done by one young scholar just 2 years ago, one Ramya Bhatt, who took it for her MPhil dissertation. And we have a professor of geography who is also a Sanskrit scholar to do a project for us on geographical terms in Sanskrit literature as an encyclopedia. He is preparing it. And that professor, when he saw the student will collect all these things, materials, no doubt, we all will do that. But the implications are not understood by us unless we are a specialist in the field of geography. That professor was really very much impressed by this information. And then again, she got other information. That is that we all know that it is destructive to the core. We know that. But it has got constructive effect also. Vishnu Dharmottara said, Vadavagni absorbs water from the two oceans, Purvottara Sagara, and then for 8 months it drinks. And then for 4 months it lets it out as in the form of moisture, it lets it out as a snow to the Himalayas and deposits there. From there you get the perennial rivers of India. This is one point that Vishnu Dharmottara has made. And the fact here is that, which was very impressive to the geography professor, was that it turns the moisture into snow and deposits in Himalayas. Here comes the true geographical knowledge. Monsoons get their winds in the south of Bharata. Himalayas, far away from the monsoon winds, cannot get the monsoon winds there because they dry by the time they reach Himalayas. There are 7 layers of atmosphere and 7 types of wind blow from various altitudes. The moisture carried by the upper air called Pravaha. That is what the Vishnu Dharmottara says. The Pravaha wind carries the moisture, takes it to the upper layer of the atmosphere, changes it into icicles and deposits into Himalayas. And later that turns into waters of the Himalayan rivers. Now this made the geography professor jump in exultation. He said, we have been reading about this for years to come. There was one Kopan, a well-known climatologist, who said the moistures that wind blow above the troposphere water particles and then go into as icicles and deposit in high altitudes. but it was only a hypothesis. There was never any proof. Now we have in Vishnu Dharmottara Purana such a proof. How are we going to tell the world that we have scientific knowledge? We have just shunned the entire Puranic literature as mere stories, and the West considers it as bunkum. But we have so much of knowledge, so much of information. And when are we going to give it to the world? Now, in our institute, we are trying to, in a very, very, very small way, we are trying to solve all these problems. We are trying to see, we are making people work into something other than literature or philosophy into these scientific fields. That's why I took this topic, so that I can tell the youngsters who is listening, go into something else. Actually, we are trying to take students, young students who are doing their BA or BSc, who want to do Sanskrit also. We say learn Sanskrit separately. We'll appoint teachers for you. But go in for a scientific class, science things, whichever is very interesting to you, and then later you can develop into a person who understands the scientific things that are lying in our text. It's very, very interesting. There is a text called, I have not put all those things, only these 5 I have put. There is a text called Ananda Kanda, which is talking about the the breaking up with the splitting of mercury. And if you read the book, you do not understand anything at all, unless and otherwise you are a specialist in understanding the chemical process. We do not understand this book. When the Tanjore Pai library edited, the editor has given some notes about this, nothing more than that. But when we read, it is Greek and Latin to us. We don't understand. So we need a generation which has the knowledge of science as well as the knowledge of good knowledge. It is not mere empirical, mere knowledge. It should be a deep knowledge of both. Then we will be able to bring to the world so many things that are lying hidden in our texts and in our literature. With these few words, I thank everybody who had patiently listening to this. And all the students, I request them once again to think about going into science subjects and bringing it to the knowledge of the world, which things that India has got: philosophy, literature, and gods, and Vedic things like snake charmer. They consider at one time as Vedic, but we have got beautiful literature on snake charmers also. And Indrajala they consider as bunker with the Vedic. Indrajala has got a scientific basis, and there is a beautiful description of Krishna putting Arjuna into mesmerized state when Arjuna was mourning with the loss of Abhimanyu. He was in a frenzied state. Krishna put him into a trance, and Arjuna thought, or rather dreamt, that he went to Himalayas, saw Kailasa, saw Shiva, and then got the Pasupata, which gave him enough courage to fight, what's his name, to kill Jayadratha the next day. Krishna could do it. Krishna did it, and we could not understand it. We think it's only a story, he had a dream. We have to go into all these things and then find out the real base of whatever is given as stories. We have to segregate between reality, story, and history. Everything combined together in the Puranas, and Purana is a real wonderful treasure of knowledge. With these few words, I'll close down for this day. Thank you all for a patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Shri Kameshwari ma'am. I was going through the chat box. I think most of the participants have recorded their views. That was an excellent presentation. It was very informative, and the areas to be explored for the research in Sanskrit are well narrated by you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we are moving to the last session, validated session. I would request Dr. P.C. Murali Madhavan to take over this session. Thank you. Thank you all.
Namaste, Professor Unni.
Oh, namaste.
Namaste, sir.
I was listening to you.
Yeah. How did you like it?
Of course. Professor Unni ji. Commendable, yes. Namaskar. Kutumba Shastri.
Yes, yes. I'm here. I can see you.
I'm glad to see you.
Eh? At the
I'm
top.
very glad to see you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Mr. Unni sir, Tyagarajan. Namaste. Mr. Unni sir.
Oh, I know. All right.
Tyagarajan.
I know. Yeah. I've been watching you.
Kameshwari, it was very good.
Okay, sir. Oh, you listen.
Nice presentation.
I could not come to Madras recently because of the COVID.
Because of the COVID. Otherwise, you would be
Yes.
you would be a
Otherwise, I would
frequent.
have come to that Mailapur video of it.
Yes, yes, I know. I know. We'll have nice chats.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember the day when we, Mr. Murali Madhavan, myself and yourself met in my house.
Yes. Great, great.
Yes.
Great.
Hello,
I
Professor
hope,
Unni sir. Professor Unni sir, you are here. Professor Unni sir, you can hear me?
Yes, why not?
Yeah.
All right.
You can see me also?
Eh?
You can see me also?
Yes, yes, I have seen.
Sir, Unni sir is available. Audible.
മാഷിന്റെ വീഡിയോ ഒന്ന് ഓണാക്കോ?
മുരളി മാഷ റെഡിയാണ്. ഉണ്ണി സാറിനെ കാണാം, കേൾക്കാനും പറ്റും. Yes, yes.
ഇനി പറഞ്ഞ മാഷേ.
Screen on the okay.
Yes, it is right. It is right.
You can see now?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Now I welcome the Dr. Nadeshan to organize the session and extend the welcome speech. Professor Nadeshan.
Okay, okay, sir. Good evening to everyone. Most respected chair of this session, Dr. P.C. Murali Madhavan, and the guest of this session, Dr. N.P. Unni, former Vice Chancellor of Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi. And for felicitation, we have Dr. K.T. Madhavan. He is the chairman of Kerala Samskrita Academy.
Dr. Nadeshan, Dr. Nadeshan.
Yes, sir. Are you listening?
Dr. K.T. Madhavan and Sri Girishan, they are not visible. Can
Okay,
you
okay.
ask?
Yes, yes. I will ask after this stuff.
Okay.
Yes. I will contact. So these 3 days international webinar on highways and byways of Indological research, with a special reference to the contribution of Dr. K. Kunjini Raja, as arranged by Kunjini Raja Academy of Indological Research. These 3 days seminar discussing about actually Indian knowledge system and Sanskrit. It's not just a language. It is the voice of India's soul and wisdom. It is the link between India's past and present. It has been the vehicle of knowledge tradition of India. See, 2 days before, Government of India has constituted a committee for the implementation of Indian knowledge system. And the Sanskrit and the knowledge system in Sanskrit literature has major role, because Sanskrit language and literature is a vast repository of knowledge encompassing all spheres of life, like science and technology, astronomy and architecture, medicine and metallurgy, agriculture and sculpture, mathematics and management, economics and ecology. In today's globalized economy, and in the context of knowledge society. India needs Sanskrit more than ever before to bring the ancient and modern, to bring the ancient and modern, to unravel the knowledge contained in the ancient text, to protect our intellectual property rights. Keeping these points, the organizers of this seminar has beautifully divided some subjects like history of literature and literature of history, theories of meaning, Indian concepts, studies in linguistics, textual criticism, possibilities and challenges in Sanskrit research. Fortunately, we have lot of stalwarts who came here and presented their paper. Among them, Professor George Cardona. He is considered as Jangama Panini. He is considered as the incarnation of Panini. And Professor Dominic Goodall. Then scholars from India, Professor C.S. Radhakrishnan, Dr. Srinivasa Varkedi, Deepthi Tripathi, Kudumba Shastri, then C. Rajendran, T.B. Venugopala Panikar, Professor V. Kameshwari Vaidyanathan, Panduranga Bhatt, and so on. We have total 7 sessions, and now we are entering into the end session, that is the valedictory session. In this session is chairing by Dr. P.C. Murali Madhavan. Actually, he is the chairman of this academy and a retired professor from Shankaracharya University, but not tired, and he is actively engaging in Indological research. And he is the backbone in all these activities. So I think need not to introduce Dr. Murali Madhavan in front of Indological students and scholars. But as part of the formality, I express warm welcome Murali Madhavan sir. Then let me extend warm welcome to Dr. N.P. Unni sir. Unni sir is an eminent scholar. He has published more than, actually I don't know how many books, even though, but he has published more than 100 books and written a lot of research articles. Still now he is guiding research scholars and teachers. Next, our K.T. Madhavan sir. Madhavan sir has retired from Rashtriya Samskrita Sansthan Purnatagara campus. He is also active. Recently he has published several books and directing teachers and students for research and other academic activities. I would like to express warm welcome to Dr. K.T. Madhavan sir also. And in this program, Sri Girish Paliyat is the secretary of academy. He will deliver word of thanks. And there are number of stalwarts who are participating in this program and research scholars. I extend warm welcome to all of you once again. Now, I request Chairman of this session, Dr. P.C. Murali Madhavan sir, for further proceedings. Thank you.
Ajnanatimirandhasya jnananjanashalakaya chakshurunmilitam yena tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. Most respected Professor N.P. Unni, my beloved teacher and President of Kerala Sanskrit Academy, Professor K.T. Madhavan, Sri Girish Paliyat, Secretary of Kunjunti Raja Academy of Indological Research, and also the illustrious son of Professor K. Kunjunti Raja, Dr. Nadeshan, who just spoke the welcome address, the participants in this webinar, in this valedictory session, ladies and gentlemen, I give my pranams to all in this fine evening. We are at the fag end of this 3-day seminar, the webinar. Actually, we were thinking or we were anticipating several problems, interruptions, hindrances for the conduct of this conference, because the main factor was that we are in a situation of pandemic, and scholars, even though they have accepted to deliver the speech, they are living in different societies, in different states, even outside India. Like Professor Cardona, who is more than 84. He is in US. And the US is, as you know, the situation is so bad due to pandemic atmosphere. And several people are living in such places where the pandemic situation is very, very serious. So we were very much worried, but we cannot wait for the end of this pandemic, because it is not going to happen in nearest months. It may take months or sometimes a year again to free from this sorrowful situation. So we, the executive members of the Kunjunti Raja Academy, especially the Secretary Girish Paliyat, we put our heads together and we decided to have a webinar. Actually, we thought of having a physical seminar, international seminar, and invite all people to Ernakulam or Trichur and let them see Kerala and enjoy here for some time. It's a very good season here. And we can have a physical meeting. And we were hoping so, but situation was adverse or still adverse. And finally, we have decided, because the centenary year will come to an end by the month of February. He born on 20th February. So last February to this 21st, 2021 February is the year of centenary. So we are worried, because after December, if we go ahead, children will be having examinations, students, those who are attending these programs, they have various activities, classes, seminars, examinations, and they are part of their academic work. And it will be very much difficult to get the proper students to attend this program. The research scholars should be benefited by this webinar, because we are more concerned because Professor Raja, Kunjumi Raja, was mainly playing his main role in academic aspects, mostly in higher studies and research, not below to that. So we want the PG, at least PG students and research scholars to attend this program and inspire them for further studies. Those who finish their PhD, they should go further, postdoctoral works. And those who finish PG, they should be inspired for selecting very good areas in Sanskrit fields, studies in the Sanskrit fields. And we thought that will be useful only if it will be fruitful only when we conduct within the framework of the time framework of December. And without that, if you cross that, this will not work much effectively. So finally, we decided to conduct, and we contacted the best scholars available in the country and outside the country. And luckily, we got a galaxy of scholars to present the very competent people. The students and the listeners, they have attended and they heard the entire paper from the very horse mouth. So the Kunjuni Raja Academy is very much happy and proud to say that we conducted this webinar in a very befitting manner, which will become a very high tribute to Professor K. Kunjuni Raja. When I invited Professor George Cardona, because I had relations with Professor Raja or Professor Cardona, or meetings more than in India, I had outside India. I stayed with Professor George Cardona for more than 2 months in Pennsylvania, and while I was giving lectures in the Pennsylvania University. Again, in Texas, we were together. In Philadelphia, we were together. Helsinki, we have together. So we have that much affinity. But the problem is that it was some 5 or 10 years back. Now he is 84. I was very much worried whether he can, even in his house, from his house, he can deliver a lecture. When I contacted him, he is readily agreed with all enthusiasm. And he told that even I can present a paper, not only inaugurating the seminar, even I can give a paper, a fresh paper, a new research paper, and he did it. He responded our invitation and he was here. And he was very kind enough that the amount we have given as the Rajaprabha Puraskar, the cash prize, that he has divided and given to the university students, those who are studying in various universities of Kerala, and those who have obtained first rank in their examinations in PG. So he was so gracious and very happy to join with care in this endeavor and make this function a grand success. First of all, I have to give my thanks to Professor George Cardona. And Professor Srinivas Vakedi also, he was the scholar who has been selected by Professor N.P. Unni, Dr. C.S. Radhakrishnan and myself. We three were the judging committee juries, and we have selected George Cardona that is the highest award. That is why we have selected Professor George Cardona for that. And the annual Rajaprabha Puraskar, that is regularly, every year we used to give. Normally, every year that the Sri Shankaracharya University at Kaladi was the venue for conducting such program. But now we have changed because of the pandemic situation. Now it is doing in the form of a webinar. So we thought that we can do it in the webinar inaugural function and give away the prizes to Professor George Cardona and Professor Srinivas Vakedi. Professor Srinivas Varkedi also giving all types of support for this function, even sitting away far off. He used to call me and give all types of support, and he joined with us for 3 days. Yesterday also he was participating in deliberations. Day before yesterday he was there too. There was the chief guest there in the function to receive the award. And today chaired one session and presented the key paper. So both Professor George Cardona and Professor Srinivas Varkedi, and we are indebted to them to a high extent. Professor N.P. Unni is another source of inspiration for us. He is the first recipient of Rajaprabha Puraskar in 2007. When the institution has started, the institution has been formed and started working in the year of 2007. At that time also, Professor George Cardona came and he inaugurated this Kunjuniraja Academy of Indological Research, and the venue was Shankaracharya University. At that time, Professor Unni has received the first Rajaprabha Puraskar. And
அத்தியக்ஷாந்தத்தில் வியாக்கியானம் வேற நல்லா இருக்கு இல்லையா? சந்தோஷமா இருக்குப்பா. ஆனா ஒண்ணு இருக்குப்பா, சித்தப்பா இருக்காரு, ஏன் என்ன ஒத்துக்க மாட்டேங்கிறாரு?
You are not audible.
சம்ஸ்கிருதம் தெரியுதுங்கிறார்.
No. Murli Madhavan, you are not audible. Sir, Madhavan,
Murli Madhavan, sir, not audible.
Murli Madhavan, sir, you are not audible.
Professor Murli Madhavan, you are not audible. Please check up. You are not audible.
No.
Still not audible.
You please unmute your mic. Your mic is closed. So unmute your mic.
Unmuted.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes,
now okay.
But I am not visible, I think so.
Yeah, you are not visible. Yes.
But may I see my other system?
Yes. Not audible. You are seeing, but not audible. No.
Your mic is muted. Your mic is.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. It is some magic by the system. Now the thing is that what I want to tell you that Professor T.S. Rukmani, who was a dear friend of Kunjuniraja and to some extent a student of Kunjuniraja, she was for a long time she was in Concordia University in Canada, and a very good scholar and an Indologist. She promised to come for the valedictory session to give her valuable remarks on Kunjuniraja and also on Indological research. But unfortunately, she could not turn up because of physical problems. So, you can hear me? You can hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So, when Rukmani informed us her inability to attend the program, we rightly requested Professor N.P. Unni, and he accepted our invitation, and he is here. He is all the 3 days he was participating our programs, joining all our sessions and participating in discussions and like that. And he is very enthusiastic even at the age of 84. Now 85, I think so. Yes. So I am not reducing 1 year. It is 85. Last year we had a great Sadabhisheka celebration of Professor Unni, and now he is 85. He is a boy of 85. So Professor Unni accepted readily with all sportsman spirit, and he is here with us. And normally Professor N.P. Unni is the senior most Sanskritist from Kerala, who was for a long time, he was heading the University of Shankaracharya at Kaladi, and he contributed much. What we see, the present development in the Shankaracharya University, that completely it is the basic work, the basement work given by, strong basement work done by Professor N.P. Unni. So Professor N.P. Unni as an academician, there is no need of any introduction. He is well known. So he is a close friend of Raja. That is more important. I think in Kerala, we have several, there is no dearth of Sanskrit scholars, both traditional and modern. But Professor N.P. Unni was having sound traditional knowledge in Shastras. At the same time, he is a modern scholar in his perspective. So Professor N.P. Unni was very close to Kunjunni Raja, and he used to tell that whenever we speak about Professor Raja, he say that he is a Purusha Ratnam. The word he used is Purusha Ratnam. There is no other epithet can be given more than befitting than this. So such was Professor Unni's remark and his opinion about Professor K. Kunjunni Raja. When he talks, he will be giving more details about it. And we have got the right person to give the validatory session, to give the validatory message as far as Professor Kunjunni Raja's centenary celebration is concerned. So from my side also, I welcome Professor N.P. Unni to our midst. And Professor K.T. Madhavan is here. As I told you earlier, that we were associating each other. We are together in Kerala Sanskrit Academy. Here also in Kunjunni Raja Academy, we are planning so many things jointly and do so many things, because nowadays, the days of webinar and online programs. So we are joining in several matters, and Professor K.T. Madhavan knows Kunjunni Raja very well. And actually, Professor K. Kunjunni Raja is the person who selected us as teachers in the college. Myself and K.T. Madhavan may be remembering what had happened, how Dr. Kunjunni Raja came to the Dwaraka beach and selected teachers to the central government, the Vidyapeta, Sanskrit Vidyapeta. So all those stories are there, and Professor K.T. Madhavan is here to give the felicitation speech. From my side also, as chairman of the Kunjunni Raja Academy, I welcome all these dignitaries, scholars to our midst. And I am highly indebted to the participants. With they ahamahamigaya, as we say, they one after another, they come forward for helping us to organize this, and without any complaints. Even though we have so many shortcomings because of the media is Zoom platform, and we have so many problems. Sometimes the connection will fail. Sometimes some other problem will come. We cannot accommodate people. So many problems are there. But all these things, suffering all these things, our participants are very decent and they are very sincere, committed to academic work. So I highly appreciate the qualities of our participants in this webinar, and I especially welcome them and thanking them their cooperation they have extended for this webinar. And Kunjunni Raja's family, if Kunjunni Raja's son Girish and his family, his brothers and sisters, if Kunjunni Raja's mother,
I do my namaskaram from here to my Guru Patni, and I am very much eager to see her. But discussing all these things, the program and its nature, and she will be very happy to hear all these things. Due to Corona, we could not meet each other. But I think from Dr. Radhika's house, she may be watching these programs in computer, and I do my pranams at this time. And Mr. Girish Paliyat, who happens to be the secretary of the Kunjunraj Academy, he is the main man behind all these programs, and he has done the job well and given a Pitratarpana to his father. So I am very happy he is a deserving son. That is why I used the illustrious son. See, not only Girish, all entire family, all his brothers and sisters, they all cooperated with us. They gave great help to conduct this function. So I am indebted as the chairman. I am indebted to one and all to the family of the Professor K. Kunjuniraja. I owe much to them, and I convey my sincere thanks to them for their helps. The care, the Kunjunraj Academy of Indological Research, its general body and its executive committee, they have extended all type of help for conducting this function. I also remember and consider their valuable services for the conduct of this webinar. And as chairman, I have to, in this validity session, I have to mention Dr. C.S. Radhakrishnan, who was my left hand and right hand in this program. And the two main, what we call organizers, those who are technically helping me from both sides. That is Dr. Epram Narayanan and also Mr. Jijo from Kaladi Shankaracharya University. So both of them, they have very sincerely, with dedication, they have worked for the grand success of this function. And our conveners of various sessions, they also have done wonderful work. So altogether, I am not mentioning each and every person because there are so many things. Apart from all these things, I have to mention two very important persons who helped me in my difficulty. That is Dr. Sudhish from Trivandrum Sanskrit College, the assistant professor, and also the assistant professor, Dr. Rajesh Kumar. Rajesh Kumar is very, and Sudhish both are here, and they are from the right beginning. They are sometimes co-host and even host. In the place of host, they work for the smooth conduct of this webinar. So I mention all these people and Rajesh Kumar and also Sudhish, Dr. Sudhish, for their valuable help they extended for the conduct of this seminar. There are the scholars like Professor Kudumba Shastri, Peter Scharf, Deepthi Tripathi, and Panduranga Bhatta, and if I mention, there are several people. All these scholars, they have done great work for the success of the conference, because the conference success mainly depends upon the quality of the research papers presented in the sessions. If you look at with microscopically, if you verify or check the papers presented in various sessions, you cannot say anything adverse about any paper. All the papers, they are more than expectation. More than expectation means we expected to a level, a good quality. That is why we have invited such people to chair the session and to present the paper. But over and above, all these expectations, the quality has been improved and quality has been shown by the scholars. They took pain. They have taken sufficient homework to prepare the paper. It was not a casual presentation. They have worked hard. In front of me, I can see Professor Tripathi, Deepthi Tripathi. Her paper was a wonderful paper. Professor Kudumba Shastri presented what do we say, a very authentic paper on the linguistic aspects of the Bharatiya Artha Shastra, Artha Vishaye. He has given authentically as an extempore he has given. And most of the scholars, Peter Scharf yesterday, his paper was wonderful, a research paper. He took more than 40 minutes to present that paper with PowerPoint presentation. And the discussion on that, it took more than 40 minutes on that single paper. So we had fruitful debates, discussions on each paper. We never spared any scholar. We have discussed the length and breadth of the paper, and luckily, it is because of the blessings of Professor Raja, our guru, that we got very excellent papers. And Professor Raja, he never compromised in the quality of research. So we have to present only such papers in his in the conference named after him. So we are meticulous care we have taken to select such scholars who can contribute, really contribute something, add something new in the field of research. So we are happy and we are thankful to all the scholars, those who have presided over the session, presented the keynote papers, and also the other papers in this session. All are equal, all are significant, all deserve proper attention and proper respect in this aspect. So with these humble remarks, I beg to remain. I thank one and all, even though I have forgotten due to my old age, some people, if I left without naming them, mentioning their name, please may be excused. I express my heartfelt thanks to all the scholars, those who are assembled here, those who on my invitation. Personally, I have invited all the people, and they have responded. My invitation means they have given some weightage or respect to me. So that respect is not for me. That respect goes to my guru, Professor K. Kunjuni Raja. So with these remarks, I beg to remain. Thank you.
Thank you, Murali Madhavan sir.
Yes.
Now I request Dr. N.P. Unni sir for the valedictory lecture.
Professor N.P. Unni.
Unni sir.
Okay.
Before starting on the speech of valedictory, I would like to say something about the title of the conference, Highways and Byways. Actually, the title, Highways and Byways of Literary Criticism, was coined by Professor Kuppuswamy Shastra. Later, I borrowed it for my collection of papers, 80 of the Highways and Byways in Sanskrit literature, 2 volumes published from Delhi. And now, again, the significant title shows the various efforts made by stalwarts as well as youngsters in the field. So the title, Highways and Byways, is a very catching one and very appropriate one. And with these remarks, I may launch on my paper. Besides being a Sanskrit scholar and literary historian, Dr. Raja was always reckoned as a gem of a man for his human qualities. Kalidasa has qualified the kings of the Raghuva race, Ajanma Shuddhana, right, and noble from the very birth. In this respect, Raja stands out as a gem of the purest race, untouched by any blemish that usually characterizes human beings. When he started his career as a researcher, there was only just 2 histories of Sanskrit literature pertaining to Kerala, both in Malayalam script. They are the Kerala Sahitya Charitram by Ullur S. Parameshwara Iyer and Kerala Sanskrit Sahitya Charitram by Vadakkungur Raja. Based on these and other sources, Dr. Raja composed his monumental dissertation entitled The Contribution of Kerala to Sanskrit Literature and published the volume from the University of Madras. But it has certain limitations. But in the second edition, he tried to improve it because in the first edition, he could not cover topics like Jyotisha, Mimamsa, Tantra, Shilpa, and other technical fields. But even in the second paper edition, he could only make some notices. He was fortunate to spend his time in his official capacity to promote further researches in his career. In his career, he had no other interests, it may say. He had the benefit of co-editing Catalogus Catalogorum undertaken by the University of Madras. Then actually he started his work by reading Theodore Outfret. He very often says that his uncle, Dr. Kunjan Raja, asked him to read Theodore Outfret's the Catalogus Catalogorum. Raja did it and was presented before his uncle. He said, I read it. He again said, read once more. Raja again did it. And for a third time also, his uncle made him read the work. So that proves the foundation on which he could build up a very dependable, very authentic doctoral dissertation, which has no parallel even today. I am bold to say that I have never seen such a perfect thesis. And how to write a thesis, you have to take this as a model. The supplement contains very information, but then, of course, there is a limitation. And he had the thought of editing, presenting a second volume on technical subjects, but he could not do it. Trained and brought up under the renowned scholar Dr. C. Kunjan Raja, he entered the University of Madras and spent his career there. And after retirement also, he went to Adayar Library, where also he succeeded his uncle. So, to my knowledge, he has no other interest. I have seen no other interest in other than enriching Sanskrit. And in that, he did wonderful things also. If you want to have, if you want to instruct a research student how to write a thesis, you have to recommend this Raja's doctoral dissertation, which has already got 2 editions. But then there is a limitation for university publications. If you want to purchase a copy, you go to the Sanskrit department, there is no search. And then you go to the university main building, there is no chance. So you have to go to the university store located at Triplicane to purchase the copies. And as a result, that book did not receive enough attention all over India. Myself and Dr. Murali Madhavan decided to purchase the entire copies before a second edition is thought of. So we purchased the 160 copies from the University of Madras. Even the second edition has got only just 20 rupees for a 500-page volume. And they sold it to us at the rate of just 17 rupees per volume. We donated some of these books to many officers and many students, and also saw to it that it reaches most of the libraries in the universities, under the colleges and universities. So nowadays the problem is that an official publication is not sold properly unless a second edition, unless an edition comes from Delhi. Nobody even refers to it, because that has been my experience. After going through many doctoral dissertations produced in the north, I have made particular care to see whether Raja's book is referred to. Unfortunately, none of them contains, or most of them doesn't contain a reference to this model thesis. One thing is that most of the modern people in the north are not sufficient knowledge in English. They prefer only the Hindi things and all that. And whatever is written by paraphrase in Hindi is submitted for a doctoral dissertation and all that. So that is the main drawback. So now that we are conducting this seminar and we are going to publish these papers, I am very sure that we will be able to publish it from Delhi. And I have already got contacts in Delhi so that we could publish this authentic volume so that it reaches a wide range of readers even at present. As you know, I have visited the Library of Congress in USA. There, the total number of books are 40 million copies. 40 million copies of books numbered 400 in 465 languages. Everything published is there. So unless you are able to cope with the modern techniques and the ISBN number and all that, book never reaches the public. So our interest is to see that the books worth noticing should be presented before the scholars of the present day. So we must make particular effort to continue the work done by Raja. And to conclude, the present writer would borrow the words of Sriharsha with a suitable emendation. Nara Sida Chatrita Girti Mandala, Sarashi Rasin Mahasam Mahojwala. Yes, he was a gem of rare qualities. Thank you. I have finished my paper. Thank you, sir. I just finished my paper.
Hello.
Yes.
Is it audible?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you, Professor N.P. Unni, sir, for
Yes.
giving a very befitting, enlightening speech in the form of valedictory address, covering all the major areas and issues of the program, and the further work should be done after collecting the papers and like that regarding the publication of the proceedings. And a very good suggestion and advice has been given by Professor N.P. Unni, and we will be surely carrying out those and make it fruitful. Now I request Professor K.T. Madhavan to speak few words regarding the conference. He has attended many of the sessions, and he is one of our best wishers of this program. I request Professor K.T. Madhavan to deliver the speech.
First of all, good evening to all. My humble tribute to Dr. Kunjuli Raja and my hearty thanks for the stalwarts who have presented the papers of too much interest in Sanskrit studies. I have to say, the pivot of modern research in Sanskrit and Indology cannot leave or spare the contribution of Dr. K. Kunjunirajah. His main works are contribution of Kerala to Sanskrit literature, Catalogus Catalogorum, Theory of Meaning, and hundreds of research papers. He has paved a highway to the works of Keralite authors, to the study to the Keralite authors to work Keralite authors to the hook and corner of the Sanskrit world for further study. Full support and appreciation will be extended by students, teachers, researchers, and lovers of Sanskrit to the organization CARE for its initiatives in furthering research of contribution made by Dr. K.K. Raja. The last 3 days were a wonderful experience for those who feel in love with the language and literature of Sanskrit. I look forward to attending such discussions in the future that promote Sanskrit language and our culture. Now, in the lovely evening, let me conclude my felicitation by bowing my head in front of Dr. Raja, the great stalwart lover and founder of modern research in Kerala and outside. With thanks, I beg to remind. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, sir.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Now we will have the final presentation and also the vote of thanks by our beloved secretary, Sri Girish Paliat, who is also the great son of Professor Kunjunirajah. So I invite Sri Girish Paliat to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Professor Murli Madhavan. Even the best of events and best of activities have to come to an end, unfortunately. And while the 3-day webinar has been much, much better than we had anticipated. As Professor Murli Madhavan mentioned, when we initially had this concept, we were wondering how it will work. Hello?
Yes, audible. Yes.
Yeah. So initially we were not very sure how it will work because one is modern technology and the other is the elderly scholars, whether the two will match. And they are in different countries, different locations, different time zones. But thankfully, due to the cooperation of all concerned, it has turned out to be a great success. And on behalf of the Kunjunirajah Academy of Indological Research and on behalf of Dr. Raja's family, that is the children, the nephews, nieces, for the whole family, it is my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks. First and foremost, most of the scholars, they were familiar to me by name because my father used to mention them off and on in some context or the other. but this webinar has provided an opportunity for me to see all of them
Great.
virtually in person, because probably if you had it in person, maybe some of them couldn't have made it to the venue, and I would have missed the opportunity. So I think in a way I'm thankful to the pandemic also. So okay, so the first and foremost, I would like to thank Professor George Cardona, internationally renowned scholar who in his 84th year also, yes, not only voluntarily come forward to for accepting our prize, but also to give an excellent speech and also be a part of this entire discussion. And as Professor Murli Madhavan mentioned, we could award him the Centenary Raja Puraskar Award, which he has graciously accepted, but has decided to give away the cash prizes to the rank holders of Kerala universities in Sanskrit. Srinivasa Varakhede, he is he is not just a scholar, he is also the Vice Chancellor, and I think from the speech I could see that he is very much part of the administration and the way forward in terms of language and promotion of culture, etc. He was a recipient of this year's annual Raja Puraskar. Thank you, sir, for being a part of accepting our invitation and being a part of our webinar. Professor Murli Madhavan, technically I should not be thanking him because he's the one who made the whole thing happen, and I'm just supporting him from the side. But I'll be failing in my duty, at least as a family member of Dr. Raja, if I don't mention that, let me quote Dr. N.P. Unni. He said, Murli is the sincerest student of Dr. Raja, because even at his age, he's full of energy. He'll go to any lengths to make such an event happen. And he's a real Shishya. And I think his father was also my father's close friend. So he has literally called, written, WhatsApp, and doing all kinds of communication to reach out to all you scholars, and the result has been seen in the last 3 days. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Quite a few scholars and professors who have donned multiple roles in this 3-day webinar. As Professor Murli Madhavan mentioned, Professor C.S. Radhakrishnan was one such who donned many hats in front of the screen and behind the screen. Professor K. Ravindran is another scholar who has been very much behind the scene as well as in front of the scene, who has handled multiple roles. Professor N.P. Unni, I would like to him as more as a father's friend rather than just as a scholar, because I think they were so close in so many ways, not just because of academics on a level also. No, at his age, he only came forward to take part in it, but also stand up for when Dr. Rukmini expressed her inability to give this valedictory address. He readily agreed to take up her role also. Professor Kudumba Shastri, thank you, sir, for donning one of the sessions and also presenting a key paper. Professor Deepthi Tripathi, she also gave a key speech as well as led one of the sessions. Professor Vinathan, who spoke today afternoon. Dr. Sarita Maheshwaran and Dr. M.B. Natesan. Now, these are all people who took up various roles, not just one role, but multiple roles. There are a number of distinguished speakers over the last 3 days. there are two, apart from Professor George Cardona, there are two global scholars. One was Peter Scharf from USA and Dr. Dominique Goudal from France. Thank you. I'm sure the time zone differences would have made it even more difficult for you two people, but I'm extremely glad that you could take the time and effort to be part of this function and give your insightful comments. There were a number of speakers, so for want of time and also because Professor Murli Madhavan had mentioned them all personally, I would just like to read out their names. Professor K. Subramanian, Professor Dharmaraj Adat, Professor V.K. Vijayan, Professor P.V. Ramankutti, Professor P.V. Narayanan, Professor Ravindra Raja, Professor C. Rajendran, Professor T.B. Venugopal Panikkar, Professor V.R. Muralidharan, Dr. Adira Jayadevan, Professor Siniruddha Das, Professor N.K. Sundareswaran, Professor S.V. Aryambika, Professor Panduranga Bhatt, and Professor V. Kameshwari. All of them presented papers and I think all the sessions saw lively debates, and I'm sure most of you were elucidated on those topics, and I'm sure they gave you enough matter for thinking through and maybe coming up with your own papers in future. Of these, I would just like to mention that Professor Ravindra Raja and Dr. Adira Jayadevan are also related to Dr. Raja. One is a nephew and the other is a niece. And Dr. Adira Jayadevan, I think, is Professor Murli Madhavan's student. There are a number of, to all the speakers, let me extend a formal vote of thanks. There are a lot of people who played key visible roles, not necessarily in terms of publishing or making speeches or anything like that.
Yes, exactly.
But they also were integral part to the entire webinar. First, the students of the music department of the Sri Shankara University, Kaladi, who started with the prayer and set the right tone for this event to start. The rank holders of the 4 universities from Kerala who accepted the prize from Dr. Cardona, Shaini from Calicut University, Amruta from Kaladi University, Anismita from Kerala University, and Ima from MG University. Thank you for accepting our invitation and taking part in this event. Dr. Vijay he's our joint secretary of the KAR, and he also proposed a vote of thanks in the inaugural session. As I said, these are people who played visible roles, but there were a lot of people who provided background support. I would be failing in my duty if I don't mention them and thank them for their efforts. Technical support, Jijo and Narayanan, I might have missed out somebody because the technical support people are sitting with Professor Murli Madhavan and I don't even get to see them. But all of them did a wonderful job, barring a few minor glitches. I think the program went off extremely well. And in all such roles, the less you see of those technical support people, the better it is managed. That means they don't have to come on screen because they do their work. When something is not happening, then everybody keeps calling. There will be a lot of chaos. I think it went very quietly and peacefully. Thank you. To all the members, especially and the office bearers of Kerala, Kunjuni Raja Academy of Indological Research, I am thankful to you not only for this webinar presence, but also for your constant support and encouragement. And we are sure that you will continue to do so in the next centenary year of Dr. Raja also. And to the various scholars and academicians and family members and well-wishers who had been silently observing and maybe taking notes, maybe just observing this 3-day program. I'm sure we are all indebted to you for your support, because I could see that most of the sessions had between 60 to 97 participants at any given point of time. And I am told that beyond 100, it will not accept, Zoom will not accept. So I'm sure there are times when more people wanted to come in, and for technical reasons, we could not do that. As a co-host, beyond 80, I was getting a lot of I want to join, please admit, and I had admitted quite a few. But when I saw that it was not going beyond 97, 98, I checked up, and I understand that it is because of the Zoom restrictions and not because the interest restrictions. So thank you all for that. And last but not the least, let me thank the media for their coverage. So far, it has not been all that large coverage, especially in Kerala because of the elections. But I'm sure in the days to come, there'll be write-ups on this also. Let me just conclude with a wish that this webinar will not just end in itself, but it will lead to more discussions, more papers, more maybe more ideas on how to carry forward the legacy of Dr. Raja and keep care alive. Since all of you are familiar with Professor Murli Madhavan, I request all of you to please be in touch with him with your suggestions and your offers of help to take this forward. Unfortunately, none of our family members, barring the few who spoke today, the last 2 days, are Sanskrit scholars or Indology scholars. But we definitely want that his memory should continue in those fields, and those fields should grow as would have been the desire of Dr. Raja. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you, Dr. Girish.
Thank you, Girish. It is nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Dr. Girish.
Deepti ji, pranam.
Okay, can you hear me?
Why not?
प्रणाम करती हूँ डॉक्टर साहब.
Okay, pranam.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. So sometimes my video is doing some strike. Unfortunately, even though 3 sets are here, but none is working. Because 3 days it is continuously working, all the 24 hours.
In the meantime, I will thank Girish Yeta.
I want to tell one thing. Even though I have mentioned my deep gratitude to Professor Vedinathan, I think among our programs, we scheduled these 3 days program. The cream program was the birth centenary commemoration lecture by Professor Vedinathan, which is done by him very efficiently, very attractively, and very authentically. So I extend, even though I have told in the session, once more I want to express our gratitude, the entire Kunjunni Raja Academy. He was, for a long time, he was from the very beginning, he was giving all types of help for us to do some work in the academy. And I always remember his support with all types of gratitude. And I give my pranams to Professor Vedinathan. And luckily, today is Narayaniya Dinam. As you know, nowhere in the country, in this Bharatavarsha, I think, I don't know, but it is not came to my knowledge that a day is mentioned, a day celebration is there in the name of a book. Narayaniya Dinam is celebrated throughout Kerala, and each house they recite Narayaniyam, and Narayaniyam is so precious for us. And Dr. Vedinathan has brought out a commentary, unpublished commentary by Krishna Warrior, written by Krishna Warrior, a Keralite scholar, and he has published that commentary along with his introduction in 2 volumes. So today is Narayani Dinam, luckily, and he is the right man to talk on Narayaniya, philosophy in Narayaniya, and that has been carried out perfectly. And that was the end of this function. And I will be doing injustice if I am not mentioning Professor C. Kunjan Raja. Kunjan Raja is the uncle of Kunjuni Raja, and he is, even though Raghavan came in between, after Raghavan, Kunjuni Raja came in the department. So first man who started the Sanskrit department, and there was a time when after Oxford and Cambridge, Madras University is considered as the seat of learning as far as Sanskrit is concerned. So Professor C. Kunjan Raja created that name, and Professor C. Kunjan Raja's, he is a direct uncle of Kunjuni Raja, and I should remember him also because his 125th annual celebration is going on now. 125th. There are 25 years difference between Kunjan Raja and Kunjuni Raja. Kunjuni Raja, if he is alive, he will be having an age of 125. So Kunjan Raja's birth centenary celebration has been we have celebrated in Trichure as an international seminar on Sanskrit and culture, and that book has been published, Facets of Indian Culture. And Professor N.P. Unni and we scholars like Professor N.P. Unni were there together with us to support and advise and lead us. So what I want to say that we have to remember Professor C. Kunjan Raja, the uncle of Kunjuni Raja, whose 125th annual celebrations are going on now. We have celebrated his 100th year. Now he is 125th. There will be one-day program with a commemoration lecture in the coming days. Date is not fixed because of the inconvenience of the speaker, but that is going to happen. I will inform all our beloved friends, those who are associated with this webinar for 3 days, about this program, about the Kunjan Raja's program. Kunjan Raja has done a lot to the field of Sanskrit Vedic studies, and he is a great man. He is a giant. He studied under Professor MacDonald, and he is a direct student of MacDonald. But he studied so many things, and Professor MacDonald was having the view that his opinion, his theory was like that Sayana was writing his Bhashya without any base. But Professor Kunjan Raja, studying under Professor MacDonald, after his study, he refuted all the theories of MacDonald, and he published some more than 5 pre-Sayana Bhashyas. He unearthed, he edited and published 4 or 5 pre-Sayana Bhashyas, and he established that Sayana is with base. He has written the Bhashya. So first Guru Dakshina by Kunjan Raja was that he has refuted all the theories of Professor MacDonald. So Professor C. Kunjan Raja is the first man from Kerala, a giant, to spread Vedic and Sanskrit culture and learning outside India. So we do our pranams to Professor C. Kunjan Raja also in this occasion. With these humble remarks, I beg to remain, and now we can have the national anthem. Dr. Nadeshan? Dr. Nadeshan? Hello? Dr. Nadeshan?
He's not there.
We recite Janaganamana, the national anthem. Hello? What happened to Nadeshan? Dr. Girish, we can have the national anthem.
Yes.
You start it. You just
We
start
start.
it.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे। गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Namaskar. Thanks to all those who have actively participated in all these programs. I do my pranam to all scholars. Those who assembled, annually we should have a program like this every year, and contacting all the scholars associated with us. And with these words, I want to close the